Yeah, basically makes good maps and everything, but wouldn't want anywhere near my kid. So other than that, it's fine. Hello, everyone. We're not even
Hello
on the
there.
screen properly. There we go. The screen is far too cropped. I'm wrestling with new hardware and everything. We are back for another session of Candlekeep Mysteries. Well, Bookbusters Misadventures in Candlekeep.
Woo!
I'm keeping a big eye
Yeehaw.
on all the audio levels because I have new stuff. I can't assume the audio levels are all going to be fine. Whenever any of you speak, like the volume bar in Streamlabs OBS goes to like the critical red. So I don't know if the players are extremely loud. If any helpful viewer wants to give us an idea of what the balance between the music in the background and my volume, which will allow the mad cartographer to make a sarcastic comment to me, and the player's volume, we can find a good balance. If anyone's been watching each of the sessions, I need to start this one with a bit of a disclaimer. I cocked up the ending of the last session. I put an event in place, but I thought the next adventure that we're running tonight takes place somewhere else. So for things that have been taking place elsewhere, I've drawn the group into like a magical book sort of scenario. And that's how I ended the last one. But then, when I actually started prepping for this session, I realised, oh no, the Firefly Seller is just an actual location in Candlekeep. So the group were drawn into this book at the end of the session, but we're changing that slightly. Well, they were drawn into the book, and they are finding themselves in a different part of Candlekeep with very little explanation. We're going to call it like an amnesia episode or something like that. So yeah, if everybody wants to say hello, we have our full group of us today.
Hello there. I'm still here for now.
Yes, hello everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Excellent. So, you were up in the student tower. this one's going to be so fun to run for me. This was a lot of. Do you know how the last session I could basically just sit back and let you all RP for like 3.5 hours? This will not. I will not have that luxury this time. But yeah, we were all in Candlekeep. I suppose I should go and load our main Candlekeep splash just so everybody else can see where we are, even though you're not currently going to be there. This all seems very loud for me, but I think volume-wise it's alright. Speak again, somebody?
Hello.
One hen,
Perfect.
2 ducks.
Yeah, 1 hand, 2 ducks, right, okay. I think I've got it sorted now. Excellent. Yes, our adventures are all taking place in the main tower. However, today's clearly will be taking place around here, or a little bit lower. You were all sat in Varley's... What are we calling your secret little hidey hole?
Honestly, they seem like the person that called their secret little hidey hole.
I mean, I like to think of it being called the ensuite bedroom, given that it is adjacent. You do get to it from your toilet.
True enough.
So you were up there, and you were drawn down into a book, and your vision begins to return to you, everybody. Now, you won't be on the scene immediately, because Foundry these days has given me a problem with scenes that already have people on. But you find yourselves at the top of a set of winding stone stairs down. It is quite warm. Not in like a sort of humid or unpleasant way, but just from the change of the stone rooms up in the tower, it is immediately noticeably warmer than where you were a few moments ago. It's lit. There are candles. Well, there are glowing orbs on the wall. Candlekeep obviously has no candles, as we've established, or open flame, because it's the law. Only Dumbledore can make flames in Candlekeep. Behind you, the stairs do not go up. Behind you, the stairs very quickly come to a large slab on the floor and a dead-end wall. and there is a large, well-maintained sort of, this is not the rickety, broken ladder from most video games. This is a wooden ladder that is well-maintained and cared for and varnished, and each rung of the ladder has like a slightly sort of like bronzed step, like plate on top of it, and it goes up about 15 foot before it goes to you see a large wooden hatch in the ceiling. Varley in particular, although anybody who thinks they would know will be allowed to know, this is the entrance, you would know, to the Firefly Cellar, which is a more historical and sort of curios library held beneath Candlekeep itself. The library that you're used to accessing and the Ars Arcanum are more specialist historical and magical tomes. A lot of just the weird stuff ends up here. This is one of the areas with the most traffic of visitors coming into Candlekeep. And you know that when people like, Illyrian High Scroll, who you met in a previous session, who was visiting, it's very likely that if he were lodging here, he'd have lodged here as well. But yes, you all, moments after having that horrible figure staring at you, find yourselves ripped out from the black that the room has plunged into and on these stairs. You're all going to be on top of each other at first, just for token purposes. Let's get you all on.
Jeez. Guys, I think this is the Firefly Seller, Valley whispers.
What? What happened?
That was weird. Did anyone else see the creature with the eyes?
Yeah, but that's... That was rather strange, but... You're in the Firefly Seller. Do you know how
I've never been here before.
And stepping down from the stairs and looking out into the room, you'd see her in a huge circular room containing curved dark wood bookcases packed with books of assorted shapes, sizes and ages. Looking around all of these shelves, you see they're all dotted with just small ornaments, plant pots and curios, and the room immediately has quite a sweet fragrance. You would see alcoves spaced around. Well, you see alcoves on your left and right. Obviously, the bookshelves are quite tall, so you don't have a full view of your ground level. But you see indications that there are alcoves spaced regularly around the perimeter of the room, but you can't see what's in them yet. From the ceiling, you see there is an enormous stone statue of an open book. The pages are like mid-flutter, and you see 3 chains heading out from that statue to there. You see basically noon, 4 o'clock, and 8 o'clock, like on this room, as it were, chains coming down, suspending this huge book, this huge stone book over the centre of the room. And as you are stepping out and looking about this place, you hear Ebda? Ebda, are you back? Is that you? Oh, and you see Tim certainly sees up the ladder, about 8 foot up this ladder, stacking books on top of a bookshelf, is a very regal looking elf. She's wearing a large headdress. Looks a strange juxtaposition of someone who normally carries himself in a very sort of graceful and serene manner, caught red-handed in the middle of something that it's very impossible to look dignified doing. She's sort of like leaning out from the ladder a little bit. She should have got down and moved the ladder along a little bit. She should have known better, but she's got herself into a bit of a graceless position trying to pass these books over.
Hello there?
Oh.
Good evening.
Hi.
Ah, yes, it is evening, isn't it?
Is it?
You went to read the book at the end of the day, remember?
No, I know. Tim is just very, very perplexed at the moment as he looks around and says, "You?
Visitors, I see. Students, if I am not mistaken?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do not believe I'm familiar with any of you. I am Chief Scribe Vanir. You would have heard the name, but not attached to any sort of reputation. In fact, all of you roll me a history check with advantage, DC 12.
All right.
Double fours.
Tim is just on the ball, apparently.
Everyone except Precious would know, or would have heard. Although there's not any particularly great big story or deed or area of expertise ascribed to Scribe Vanir, she is said to be extremely old. She is said to be pretty the oldest person in the employ at Candlekeep. The exact estimates of her age sort of vary from whoever's doing the gossip, but she's said to be over 500 years old.
Okay.
I do apologise for the state of things down here. As you can see, sort of gestures with the one hand that isn't gripping onto the ladder, sort of gestures around the room. My restoration project is still a work in progress. I will be with you shortly. And she sort of returns to her shelves for a moment before. Actually, students, not visitors, who may be of some assistance. Would you mind taking that stack of books downstairs to Ebda? And she just points over to... There's a pile of books on the floor against the bookshelf.
Yes, I'd be happy to take a look around the Firefly Seller while bringing these books to Epter, right?
I would be mildly surprised to, of course.
Very good, thank you. And you would have noticed coming down the stairs that the stairs you descended to get here could continue down further.
Just a quick question, but should we know who Epter is?
He's a relatively junior scribe. He's only been here around 2 years.
Okay, I guess we'll just look for a young person downstairs.
He is not so young, although who am I to speak? He has grey hair, let us say, whereas I do not yet, most thankfully.
Riley!
Yeah.
Could you pinch me? I'm not sure if I'm dreaming.
Riley pinches you.
How hard?
And
where?
Not very hard.
4d8 damage.
Is this... What? Okay. Not dreaming. Somehow still awake. Okay. Vibes.
So, we might as well take the books downstairs then?
Valley is going to reach and grab a pile of books and not even subtly just read the names on the spines. And then just take a quick look to see if any of them are the kind of interesting books that they might put on their to-read list when they hopefully get access to the Firefly Seller in the future.
Yeah, two of the titles you see. One is called A Gathering of Magic. The other one is called The Stone in the Hearth. And I can't think of any sort of play on words for Gwent.
Around it, Gwent.
Yeah. So yeah, are you to head back down?
Sure.
Yeah.
I have not done multi-level tokens on this one staircase, so I will.
Spiral
Because,
staircases are a pain. From all
yeah,
the-
exactly. Let's just.
Can I see? We barely saw this owl humanoid that we saw with Seal before. Can I just check what she's doing if I can see from here?
The owl humanoid? What? Sorry.
Oh, okay. No longer there. Never mind.
Did you say with Zio?
Yeah, there was an owl
Here,
right there.
there was an owl there. She'd been chatting to Zio before.
Not entirely accurate. There was a Kenku who was talking to Zio with like the wide brim, proper traditional witch's hat.
Yep, this one was
Yes.
not wearing it.
I have no idea
Yes.
what you're talking about, but you saw no owl whatsoever. Doesn't look like anything to me.
She's just fine.
That
All
was
right,
a
down the stairs we go.
That was me forgetting to do something. You can take a look around this room if you like.
Well, she hasn't been here before, so she'll definitely nosy around.
Go for
Well,
it.
as everyone
Have a-
else is
have
talking.
have a nosy.
Valley's going to follow Precious along.
Riley's going the other way.
As Valley's following Precious, Valley's just going to say, "Oh, it's so unfortunate that we don't know where we need to go to get downstairs, and we just have to look around this secret library."
Ooh, who's this? Hello.
Rather surprisedly pacing by the staircase because he is a bit bewildered and intrigued by all the books nearby.
This is wonderful.
Your sound is very different to usual, Knock. Are you on your phone, unfortunately?
Yes, unfortunately, there's
okay.
something wrong with my microphone.
I more wondered if my settings were wrong. Okay.
No, it's on knock. It's knock error today, I'm afraid.
Yes, Precious, you see a statue of a very imposing looking witch with her a large tome held in hand and the wand jutting forward very, very assertively. Anyone who is over at this statue, make me a history check, please, or an Arcana check.
As Valley's looking at that, do you think that's...
Oh my god, so almost an 18.
Oh, 2 nat 20s in a row. I'll need those for later for my death saves.
Yeah, Precious and Riley, you see just a impressive statue of a witch. Varley, you are able to make out the carvings on the front of the book as being a old script of Infernal that you're familiar with, and you know that it translates to Demonomicon of Igvilv, and with that knowledge you would be able to identify that this is a statue of the famous witch Tasha.
This is Tasha. That's so cool. Why is there a statue of Tasha in the basement? I don't know.
Oh, I know one of her spells. She's hilarious. She can make people literally stop in their tracks and just roll around the floor with laughter. Quite vicious, really.
That doesn't sound...
I think I heard something about her.
Yeah, but that says the Demonomicon. That's just a bit strange. I mean, I know a bit of Infernal, just sort of conversationally, but why would she have a Demonomicon? I thought she was, like someone who makes a spell to make people laugh. Doesn't sound like the kind of person who would summon demons.
I guess
People
it
can
depends.
surprise you.
Yeah, and why they want to summon the demons. Maybe they have good reasons.
The statue raises an eyebrow.
Excuse me, what? Did you see that? Did we all see that?
And then the eyebrow slowly returns to how it was.
Holy shit.
If you're there, Tasha, I just say I'm not passing judgment or anything. I just find that really cool. If I had a book on demons, I'd absolutely read it too. No judgment.
I hope the demons are fun to hang out with.
The three of you make a perception check, please.
Yeah.
You become aware. You get the sense that you're being watched.
By the statue?
Possibly.
Bally's gonna do a shoulder check to see if Vanir was following them, or someone else in the library is following them down the stacks. Just taking a few steps over.
As you sort of turn and just do a shoulder check, you see here, just like in the space between the tops of a row of books and the bottom of the shelf above it, in the dark or the dim, just the flash of yellow pair of eyes staring at you through the bookshelves.
Hey. They vanished?
They vanish. And when you just hear a slight scrape of wood and the sound of like ladder rungs being climbed, and then suddenly full on sort of, arms resting on the bookshelves and a head poking over, you see an individual.
Hello there.
Riley jumps a little.
We only see the top of the token, so we can't see their... Oh.
Demons being fun to hang out with? What is this nonsense I am hearing?
Oh. Well,
Oh, have you met every demon ever? How could you generalize so much?
I think it is safe and reasonable to presume that caution should be exercised. I have met my fair share, but it is meant to be a library, and here I am studying, and suddenly I hear talk of demons being gregarious company. This is very, very peculiar.
Yeah, I was just wondering why a famous and normally like heroic archmage would have a demonomicon in the library, and Valley just throws a thumb over their shoulder pointing towards the statue of Tasha.
I am not familiar with her works myself. I am mainly here for visiting for my own research purposes, but I recognize her from some wizard or witch or sorcerer has no doubt talked my ear off extensively about her at some point in time.
Wait, do you mean you met Tasha?
No, I said nothing of this sort. I said I've met people who have talked about her.
I misunderstood. Oh. Valley looks a bit more crestfallen at that.
At this point, QT comes out of Precious's chest, just kind of like morphing out of her clavicle, and one paw out onto her shoulder, the other paw out onto her shoulder, and just kind of like scarves around her neck.
Oh, okay. I will hold off on placing her token for now then. That is somewhat equal parts interesting and utterly repugnant. What manner of conjuration is this?
Well, excuse me, sir. You haven't introduced yourself. Hi, I'm Precious. And she like scratches QT. Is QT, and you might be.
You certainly are. I am no sir. I would, if anything, I would be a madame. My name is Cthulhu.
Lovely to meet you.
You are visitors also, or you are residents?
We're students here, yes.
And how do you find it so far? And by this point, she has basically clambered onto and sits cross-legged on the stack for a moment before seeming to think better of it and dropping down.
Oh, that's how you spell it. I thought Cthulhu. I heard the cat and thought it was like actually spelled cats. But that makes far more sense.
I mean, the spa is certainly a highlight.
Ugh, I don't care for the sound of that whatsoever.
I mean, I mostly like the books here. That's why you're in Candlekeep, for the books.
Indeed, and sort of just traces a single claw. Very light, certainly not hard enough to do any sort of damage along like the nearest shelf. And currently I'm here visiting for a number of days. I believe I have 4 more days left on my my cheat.
What are you studying?
I am somewhat formerly a musician, and I am searching for stories and historical components of folk tales that I can incorporate into future works.
It sounds interesting.
Oh, Precious, that's like that book you read to us, that poem.
Yeah, I have something that might interest you. It's a book full of horrible tales, pretty scary. And I mean, I'll be really honest, sometimes they can get into your heads, but they should be full of inspiring tales.
It certainly sounds like it may have warranted a spot of reading whilst I'm here, if there is a bit of a downtime moment from my more intensive studying. I would gladly take a read.
Sure. What could you offer in return, though?
Well, I have already paid my way into this establishment to access the law and the materials stored inside. Is this some sort of additional shakedown on top of that? It turns out that my contribution to enter and utilize Candlekeep was not actually sufficient to access.
Precious gives Cthulhu the most beautiful smile and genuine eyes and says, "No, of course you are, but this is my book. It's not Candlekeep's. I'm happy to trade it to you. I've read most of it."
Let's take a look at it. I want to see what is the size of the volume first.
Of course. And she will gladly and cheerfully pass the book over.
You are not able to find the book on your person.
Oh. Okay. I swore I had it in my hand. Wasn't I reading it to you a few seconds ago?
You
She
were.
turns to...
Yeah, you were.
And maybe we dropped it because we kind of just stumbled into here. Maybe
Maybe the
just
shadow
found-
took it.
Maybe it did.
Oh, that nasty shadow.
I shall leave you to this debate over student issues. I have work to return to, but enjoy the rest of your...
Wait. Inside check to see if she stole my book.
From 10 foot away, that's impressive. Yeah, how are you wanting to check that? What, just perception, or are you going to go over and...
I'm just saying, did you see anyone just take my book? I know that's really reaching, but insight check?
Wait, I have just climbed over. I have stood down here, some 10 foot away or so from you, and we have stood and faced each other and discussed. I did not see anybody sneak up behind you and remove it undetected from your satchel, so unless you have some sort of sac magique that causes your items to disappear, and I do not see what help I can be in this regard.
Precious turns to Tasha and raises an eyebrow.
Maybe perception check, just Precious. Before you even are able to phrase your question out loud, the statue gives the slightest, most imperceptible shake of the head.
I didn't think so. I just, I wanted to be sure. Right, I could have dropped it. I could have just dropped it on the way here. I'm still a bit confused as to how we all got here.
Yeah. Well, actually, since you're right here, Cthulhu, if you know anything about these folktales, do you know anything about something called Shemshine?
I have never heard anything about... is this a different author? A set of a different book, a set of work.
Oh, if you don't know it, then that means you'll probably like the book when we find it. I think it's a new book, so at the very least it's...
Very well. You start to get the impression that she seems a little increasingly disinterested now that there's not something for her to read, and it seems that you kind of fell about into a slight sort of squabble or concerns of your own. She just begins to. She doesn't outright walk off, but she just behold like, I'm very interested in this set of bookshelf, and then this, and I'm just gradually working my way away from you now.
At the hearing of the name Shemshine, Frisch just can't help it, and she kind of goes like, Shemshine, Shemshine.
Whilst this is happening, what's Tim up to?
Tim is really just wandering around this set of shelves. He's letting his fingers drift over the various books and letting his gaze pass about the area. He's rather awestruck, really. Something about the aesthetic, the general sense of the area has struck him more profoundly than other libraries in Candlekeep have.
Okay.
Nothing particularly of purpose, just an excitable wandering.
An excitable wandering. Okay. Roll me a d12, Tim.
All right. That's a 9.
You, as you're going along, find your eyes drawn to a large, impressive red and gold sort of filigree-spined tome. What you see is just called The History of the Lands of Sembia, which you would know to be an area of Faerun that is particularly inhabited by the elves.
Take a step forward, and then another, and then my fingers are on the book spine, and then I'm opening the book, and then I'm reading the book.
It is a heavy tome, thick with a rather encyclopedic historical account. This is the Silmarillion of the history of Sembia.
Oh my god.
You
just drew me in.
I will drop that to you on Discord, as it is a significant amount of text.
Oh,
right. But we
right.
have lots of books in here. I will initially drop that into your Tim private channel, and when I upload this video on YouTube, I'll put a link to it. But
then both Tim and myself are going to be occupied reading it.
As you are doing that, you're starting to look. After a few moments, you do hear Vanir say, "You couldn't pass me. I can still hear someone. I can hear pages turning. I'm not alone, am I?"
Tim stops turning pages.
Hello? No, just
Hello?
the wind. Oh,
I'm not the wind. I'm Tim.
Biz, could you do me a small service and pass me just that plant? Well, you can't see from where you are. Where are you?
I am next to this shelf, where my voice is coming from.
Could you be helpful and come back to me for a moment, please?
Oh, all right. As Tim will take the book, pocket it into his satchel, and begin moving back to Vanir.
I believe I just heard the sound of a leather tome bracing on burlap as in a satchel. That can't be right.
You have a very specific textile sense of hearing.
You may rest it on the shelf until you go back to it. A book put in a bag is a book overlooked, and a book overlooked is a book that wanders.
That was very profound. I'm taking my hand into the satchel and grabbing the book and putting it onto the shelf.
Are you actually?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He convinced me. And then I keep heading over towards Vanir.
Okay, shall I move you? Are you away from
Oh, there we go. The map is loaded back in. I was having a bit of trouble for a moment.
Is this your first time seeing the map? Have you not had the map this whole time?
I'd seen it, but then it disappeared for a
that's
minute
weird.
for some reason.
Okay.
It was quite odd.
Yeah, and she will gesture for you to pick. There's a small stool that has like plant pots stacked on it. Looks like she's prepared these plants elsewhere, and there's obviously been moving and placing them on top of the bookshelves as she works. And she sort of points from the top of her ladder to the table here and asks if you could fetch her one of the potted plants off it.
Of course. As Tim stoops up to reach towards the potted plant, why all the potted plants?
Well, they say that they freshen the air, which helps the lungs, and it also makes it smell much nicer down here. Books become musty. I think it's helpful for people to have something natural to look at when they're down here. No windows. Candlelight all the time. Just nice to break up the browns with some fresh green.
That's quite a nice sentiment as Tim grabs the potted plant and brings it down to Vanir.
As you are sort of going for this plant pot and looking around, you're able to see a little more of the centre of the room beneath the enormous stone statue of the book. You would see that there is a sort of fence, like a railing around the centre of the room, and you see at the base of it, at the southernmost tip of it, there is an obvious sort of loading bay and a large wicker basket on a chain. And from how the basket is dangling on the top of the basket, how the chain is dangling from the top of the basket, you can see that clearly this descends through the middle of the room further down.
Oh,
would you like to take a closer look?
Yes. What on earth is that?
Then approach.
Here's your potted plant. Okay, goodbye for now.
So yeah, you would see that you can look straight down into an equally large chamber below. It would seem that this wicker cage and this pulley are perhaps used to move items, likely large volumes of books, between the two floors.
Tim's going to crane his neck over the edge and look down into the dark pit to try and
there's just enough light down there from this height for you to immediately see, as you look down, a very stoic face just staring up and making eye contact with you, sat at this desk below, just straight up, that exact facial expression on.
Hi.
Shh. He just raises a finger to his lips and shakes his head before going back to his book.
Okay. Goodbye.
He just slowly looks up again.
Never mind. Hi. I don't know where we're at in terms of greetings.
So, after investigating the statue, would the other three just continue their trip around the room?
Absolutely.
Probably. Hey, Precious, how did that rhyme go? The Shemshine one. Was it like, see a mother scything wheat?
As you try and say it and recall it, it just doesn't feel right to say. You struggle to remember the words. None of you can agree on a recollection of like the tune to it either, and like sort of a dream that you've remembered vividly for a few minutes when you first wake up. As the minutes go by, even when you're trying to cling on to it, you just find that it's harder and harder to recall.
That's so strange. I'm usually so good with melody, but I can't remember if I had it up or down. I do remember it repeated some words, but Riley, are you sure you pinched me hard enough?
Do you want me to punch you?
I mean, I'd prefer you to pinch me.
I don't think I should punch you. I might actually hurt you. But I'm pretty sure it went do 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 do.
No, that's wrong.
Was it do 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 do? Valley tries
No,
to.
that's definitely off. I don't know. I can't remember.
Precious's short attention span has moved on from the conversation, and she is now looking to see if there's any books or things that she should not be allowed to touch around.
The section you're in at the moment seems to actually be almost entirely scrolls. Are you going to take any scrolls out and unfurl them to see what they contain?
Yeah, she would, because scrolls has been what she's been looking at. Because
Okay.
they tend to be the ones that are mostly containing curses and all sorts of more strange uses of magic.
That is often the case. However, it quickly becomes apparent when you're looking in these ones that most of them appear to be quite out-of-date maps of different regions of Faerun, either larger or smaller scale things. Some are continental maps that, even just glancing at them, you see are at least half a century old. You see just towns that are no longer there. You see the obvious omitting of state lines and new borders, and they are perhaps interesting to some as a relic of how the geography of a continent used to be, but have no direct useful application now. You do see another statue though.
Boring. Who might you be?
Riley climbs the ladder and checks if the plants are healthy.
Make
If
me
they have enough water and everything.
make me a nature check, Riley.
Oh,
Right.
Yeehaw.
As you're looking at this, you sort of look up and you see there is no natural source of light in here, but you see that clusters of fireflies seem to sort of linger and focus above each of these plants. As you're looking at the plant, it looks looking down along the shelf, all the plants seem to be very, very healthy. As you're kind of just moving the pot a bit closer to look, the pot almost feels ever so slightly moist of a touch, and as you're watching and looking closer, you see that the fireflies seem to provide light and warmth, and the plant pot itself seems to, at a very, very slow rate, be secreting some sort of moisture. So it would seem that through use of fireflies and perhaps enchanted plant pots, these plants have their light and water requirements met by the library itself.
oh, that is fascinating. I have to ask Cusins about this.
And as you're stood up there,
Yeah.
hey, Valley, there is an ongoing Kickstarter for a plant pot I've been looking at for years, which is never actually going live. That is pretty much what I just described.
Really?
Yeah, I'll send you a link later. Some honeycomb design plant pot. As you are stood up there, you see, Riley, a tiny figure just disappear behind the plant pot for a moment. A very, very small, we're talking like a couple of inches figure that just clearly sees you and then steps behind again.
Hello. I will try to move the plant pot.
You move a plant pot and there is nothing there.
I will climb back down. Hey, Vali, do you think this book gave us like hallucinations or something?
Maybe.
I thought I just saw a small figure behind the plant pot, but there's
Like
nothing
fairy?
there.
That's weird. I mean, we saw a shadow now. You saw like a small little. Did it look like a fairy or did it look like something else?
Yeah.
It did look slightly fairy-like. Yeah, it was definitely not like, it was not human. It was a very, very, very small humanoid he had like a fleeting glimpse of. Sort of
Maybe it was-
mottled green skin and the lack of a noticeable face would be the two things that you took away from it.
Or maybe it's some kind of imp.
I don't know. It didn't have a face, though. At least I couldn't really see one.
I've heard of some places where there's so many magical books that things just start, becoming magical because they're near the books. Like the magic's just kind of leaking out.
I would say in the quiet of the library as well, Tim, you can probably just hear this conversation carrying over to you from the stacks from where you are now if you wanted to be able to find your way over to the group.
Sir, are we still? Do we have a conversation going, or? Okay, never mind. As Tim is going to very awkwardly tiptoe away from the edge of the pit, before skirting around and heading towards the voices of his friends.
You also see QT there, who's coming to basically get you and guide you to your friends.
Hi, cutie. Yes, that's you. Hello. You were as lovingly disturbing as always. I missed you too.
QT. Yeah, I would think that's the most affectionate you've ever been to him.
Most of it was sardonic. Hello, everyone. I don't know why I'm still whispering.
It's probably not a bad idea. People are overhearing our conversations. It's a little bit rude.
There was a scary guy, but down in the pit, and he shushed me. And normally when people shush me, I shut up because it's the polite thing to do. But he was like extra scary when he did it.
Did he have a face?
Yeah, he did. Or was he not supposed to have a face?
No, I'm just checking.
Why are you checking?
Because I just saw something without a face.
What was it without a face?
I don't know what it was.
Hey,
And that is just... yes?
Oh, go ahead. You first.
I was just going to say that is disturbing and alarming and scary. And now to you, Volley.
All of you hear a very slight like snipping sound coming from the bookshelf above you.
We look up. I look up.
You look
Yeah.
up. Tim looks down.
Yep.
I also look up.
Tim
sounds-
looks
Valley,
down.
look up.
It sounds like it's coming from on top of the 10-foot tall bookshelf.
Riley, do you need a hand?
Yeah.
Valley is going to.
With Valley's help, I will attempt to climb.
That's fine.
Valley's gonna knit their fingers and just make a little step and lift Riley up.
As your eyes sort of crest over, you see next to a plant pot a tiny, maybe 2-3 inches high figure stood there with, well, I'll show you. It is the figure on the right, you see. And their hands are empty, and they almost seem to be like miming the holding of like a pair of secateurs. And as they do, and as they are snipping away, you hear the sound, and you see just like slightly browned parts of a plant being trimmed off. And just without moving these invisible like mime secateurs, the featureless face just turns towards you for a second, Riley, and nods before it returns to its pruning.
It's you again. Nice to meet you. I'm Riley.
And it just sort of turns back to you and nods again.
It's the same thing I saw by the plant.
What is it?
I don't know.
Oh. Are you sure?
Yeah. I never seen something like this before.
Okay. Does it look friendly? Can I see?
Yeah, I mean, if you can reach, you can get the ladder.
Can you get the ladder? I'm holding Riley up right now.
You're what? Holding Riley up? Did you say? Oh, sorry. Yeah, something else.
Just like lifting Riley up. So that's why Valley asked Tim to grab the ladder.
Yes, and Tim, still making a point to not look up in the direction of the bookshelf, goes to fetch the ladder and drag it over to Volley with a considerable degree of effort.
Don't worry, Tim. It seems friendly. It's just caring for the plant.
It nods.
Too many things here.
Also, Tim, do you remember how that song went? Was it like, do 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 do?
Well, what song?
Going
just
to
sang
the
it
car
differently.
wash. Do, 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 do.
I don't know. It was some kind of rhyme, right? That we're talking about right before we came here.
You can put me down, by the way.
Valley's going to lower. Riley down.
Oh,
It gives you a little. It gives you a little wave as you're starting to lower out of sight, Riley.
I wave at it back.
It is going to reach out a finger towards your hand as you're waving. Will you allow it to touch you?
Yes.
It places its finger on your hand, and you just feel like a slight sort of static shock. It doesn't do you any damage, just like a bit of a shock as you pull it away.
Right,
And
it
as
just
you are,
touched her hand.
yeah, and as you're looking at it, you sort of flex your fingers and you feel a little bit of magic in your hand, and you would have an innate understanding that you have been blessed by this creature, and the form that blessing takes is that you have the charm of a water bearer. For the next 10 days, you are able to create up to 1 gallon of fresh water 3 times a day.
Oh, wow. Aww.
And it returns
Thank you.
it returns to its snipping, its pruning.
Thank you. And she gets down.
Meanwhile, Precious has been looking at this statue.
This statue is equally impressive in sort of pose, but I don't know if you recognise the person. Like, they seem to be holding to some sort of sphere. Just looking at it, doesn't seem to be like an apple. Doesn't seem to have any sort of magical engravings. There's nothing on the item in the statue's hand to indicate what it's meant to be. It's just some sort of spherical item.
Could she, because she has a quartz that she uses as her material component for her casting, could she deduce that this might be like some sort of spell casting component?
It could certainly be, yeah. It's a statue of a long-haired wizard holding a statue. Oh no, sorry, a witch. It's a witch holding a spherical item and a spell book. Could very easily be a spell focus.
I wonder, can you also raise your eyebrows? Oh, she raises her eyebrow.
Shakes its head.
So you can hear me. Is part of you in this statue, or is it just an enchantment? Wink for yes, and don't do anything for no?
Wrinkles its nose a bit.
Great. Well, listen, if I was a powerful witch, I would also spend my time messing around with people, so she gives her a very genuine smile.
Would you
And
be looking to
continue-
do Arcana and history checks to see if you recognise who this is?
Sure. I mean, she's not very learned, but I'll try.
For brevity's sake, can all of you make me 3 Arcana or history checks? Because there are 3 more statues.
Ooh, I'm gonna go a bit
3
down.
each?
Yeah. Unless let's have a look. Yeah, because there's 4 of you, so we won't do. So we've got.
And then one last history check.
Are we getting some rolls from Tim?
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
just
not.
Wait for
Yeah.
a sec.
Oh, 3 each. Okay, sorry.
All right. There we go. Bally's microwave dice are no longer microwaved.
Oh yes, I just saw his message. Okay, yeah. So we have this one here. You are currently stood at is Otterluke. You would recognise this bottom one as being Mordenkainen,
Mordenkainen.
and this one over on the right here that you make your way around to is Tensa. It would seem that these are statues in honour of some of the most prevalent and powerful archmages. Are you... You hear like an echo. You are taking the books down sometime soon, yes?
Oh yeah. I reckon
Who
that-
has them?
Where are you?
It just sort of drifts over the stacks towards you, a voice.
I think Tim had the books.
Okay.
Or Valley, did you take the books?
Valley has the books, yeah.
Do we want to take a ride on the wicker basket?
I don't know if it'll be big enough to hold us. I think we might be a bit too big.
It did not look particularly strong.
Oh, now that I've actually seen it, I can. Oh, is this jumpable? Like, how far down are we talking?
I think we're talking about 50 foot.
Wow.
It's a big place.
Will I fit?
What did Riley say?
Will I fit?
I think he would probably weigh less than £50. You would certainly fit in. You would certainly fit in.
No
it.
idea.
Yeah, you'd certainly fit.
Alright, let's go take these books before we get into trouble. Again.
50 feet. Valley can jump that. Statistically, they'll take no damage.
Fine.
Valley's going to follow Precious down the stairs.
As we get to the stairs, can I just check that my book is not on the floor? Like if I've dropped it or
Yeah.
something?
It is not. It is not there.
But it was in my hands, and then I put it somewhere and it's no longer there.
So it would seem.
Such a strange day.
You definitely had it in Varley's chambers, but now you do not. So yeah, you descend another flight of stairs. And you see the back of the figure who Tim locked eyes with earlier. The air's a bit mustier here. It doesn't have... You immediately notice the lack of sweetness in the air from those plants upstairs. It is much mustier, and you can see, even as you descend the stairs, that the room is laid out in the same pattern of like concentric shelves around the room. And there's a large, heavy granite table occupying the centre of the room. It would just be a circle, but it has almost like study area, like corrals, on like a set of dividers on top of the desk, so that it's split into compartments. So everyone who's sat here reading or studying has a bit of a privacy or like workspace in front of them.
Hello, Epter? Valley says as they step forward. Epter?
Sort of rubs his temples. I can see I'm going to get no work done.
Oh, we just brought some books for you?
Just please, keep your voices down. I have not long since put my daughter to bed.
Okay. And Valley is going to place the stack of books at the edge of his workspace over here. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know anything about... And Valley blinks for a moment. Can they even remember the word Shemshine?
No. Anything about what?
I'm sorry, it's just on the tip of my tongue. I swear I remembered it just a moment ago. Oh, come to me. Sorry. And they're just going to back away.
TM, this looks like private conversation / letters / diary over here on this table. I'm not sure if it is, but if it was, Precious is naturally a gossip and curious about personal stuff from strangers.
I would say that just from being stood next to it and looking around, you can see that the ink well is not covered. There is a couple of splashes of ink near the tip of a quill are still noticeably wet. The book is open, and from the collected items on the table, you see they're all to do with folk magic. And it would say folk tales and magic, and it would seem that this is perhaps actively at the moment where Cthulhu is working.
Ooh. Anything of note or interest that might tempt her less noble nature?
Wow. Make an investigation check. You pessimist. Riley, ahead of you, as we're doing that, you see a set of stairs heading further down still. Precious, to your great dismay, I'm sure you'll find, it all seems to be in line with what she said she was here for.
No, none of these people have interest in secrets. And she walks away.
I will peek downstairs, probably seeing nothing but darkness. But I will peek. Maybe something there.
No, there is Firefly light coming up. You would probably, although you might not have seen it, you would probably know that the the dormitories, like the rooms, the guest chambers, are further down still.
Okay.
Valley whispers to Precious.
Oh, she moves fast. Have you seen her before? Him? They?
I did.
Let's follow.
A new person.
Precious gonna sneak around and see what this person is doing.
You see a feathered individual. I hate using the term Aarakocra, but a bird person, very slightly stooped, walking with a stick, very, very owl-like features, reaching out with long, not quite feathers, but also not quite fingers, just something quite in the middle, reaching out and turning books over, and just seems to be cataloguing or searching for something, and hasn't noticed you yet.
Okay, continuing the search.
You had to have dropped your book. It was somewhere else. What was the name of the book again, Precious?
Do I remember the name of the book?
You do not.
Something like campfire stories, terror and horror in the darkness. I can't remember.
Very catchy.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I dreamt about it. Maybe that was it. But
I mean, I remember the book.
oh, sorry. Are we not supposed to be here?
Good evening.
The figure enters the room, sort of humming away, carrying some books. Oh, why are you in here?
The door was open.
And who said you could come in?
Valley
Riley
has
shrugs.
a little giggle and then immediately stifles it.
We are trying to find some information about certain creatures, magical creatures.
There is an entire library outside.
I can't seem to find what we're looking for, so
How
we thought
long?
we searched.
How long have you been here? And you came into the scriptorium? The scriptorium? Where books are transcribed and copied? Not the library where books are stored? Go! Go! Shoo! Shoo!
Valley giggles again and then...
I have work to do! Shoo!
Okay.
Just gestures you out and then just sits and continues humming as she works.
The door was open. Usually means you can enter.
My goodness, this entire party's a bunch of chaotic kleptomaniacs.
Perhaps.
All of you stop.
Oh, do you guys hear that?
The humming? Yeah?
The song sounds extremely familiar to you, but you're not sure why.
Now, I heard it when the owl folk was walking into the room. Should I have heard it over here?
She was humming it as she returned into the room, and then after you've gone, she's been humming it as she carries on.
And then it got louder as you walked over here.
Are we still lacking Tim? Oh, it was intimate eye contact. Good grief. I'll move Tim over to everybody else. I imagine he would have been part of those interactions. Tim.
Tim was just politely silent.
So what are we all doing?
Chasing the source of the humming.
Well, the humming was the owl.
Oh, I thought we also heard it over here.
You did when she was over there.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, she's been humming as she's going along.
Okay, it just got louder as we're walking down here, and I thought that was the...
that was me just turning it up because I realised it wasn't loud enough.
Oh, okay.
You guys know the song they were humming?
No, but it sounds
It's-
familiar.
Yeah. What if that's the melody to the one we were trying to remember?
All of you wonder what Riley is talking about.
I mean, I feel like we remember whatever. We remember him.
So we don't remember basically remembering a song that we can't remember anymore.
Correct. And also, as any one of you is talking, the other three, you become aware that the other three of you are all humming the song.
Excuse me?
You have to really, you find that you have to really think about you have to force yourself to not hum.
Hey guys, what the fuck is happening?
And Precious is going to politely knock the door. Excuse me? Hello? Hi.
You!
Yes, me. Hi, Precious. Lovely to meet you.
I don't
Sorry
think
about...
so. I'm trying to work. There is very little precious about it. What is wrong?
There's
God damn
nothing
it,
wrong.
Harrison.
There's nothing wrong. The song you are humming.
And
is
so
beautiful.
Precious, as you're trying to have this conversation with her, and you're having to really break, you feel like you're almost holding your breath, stop and humming to speak to her. You're just so aware that all three of your companions behind you are humming it as you're talking.
Are these fireflies also slightly triggering? Like this sort of.
How do you
things
mean?
there?
How do you mean triggering?
I remember some similar lighting coming up at some point, but I don't know if that's just aesthetics. Or...
Zio was used in some Scholar Zio to illuminate his desk. Remember, Candlekeep in its entirety is enchanted to not allow open flames, so it was quite inventive uses of light. And there's a lot of fireflies down here. It is called the Firefly Cellar.
I think the question
Well, yeah, we had some kind of illumination thing going on when we were reading the book, and I was wondering if it was similar, but I guess it's not. It's just part of the normal.
Oh yeah,
Twilight.
sorry, yeah, this is part of the normal. Yeah. So I misunderstood.
Guys, could you shut up? I'm trying to have a conversation.
I'm not saying
What are we even humming?
I'm so sorry.
For God's sake, are you all oblivious to the fact that this is a library, and I'm trying to work, and that there's a child sleeping here, and all I can hear is your incessant humming?
I can't stop. It's
If you would like to stop humming, you effectively have to pass a concentration check. So a DC 10 con save to be able to stop humming for a couple of minutes.
I don't think it's gonna pass that.
Did
but
you say con? Save?
Con save.
Okay.
I'm not saying anything. I think.
And Ebda looks across like, we have just met, and I'm sure you are decent people. But if I hear that humming anymore, or if my daughter wakes up, I assure you, there will be trouble.
I don't know why we're humming. I keep finding it hard.
Children! And he storms off back to his
Legally,
workstation.
I am an adult.
I hope you do
I
not
am
use
also
that
an
temper
adult.
with your child.
Excuse me, I might be short, but
Wait, you're an adult?
yeah.
Oh.
Riley's like, I am 182! I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
Ships off fire.
I am actually level 20.
Making the most of her concentration check.
Yeah, absolutely.
Precious is going to check the book that is Scribe, and just sort of see what she's working on. She's working on. They are working on.
Unclear. But they sort of see you clearly approach their workbench and just like quite slowly put like a feathered hand out and say, "What do you think you're doing?"
I'm really not trying to copy you. My friends are acting strange, and you started it.
I started what?
You started humming, and now they're humming.
Humming is a perfectly normal thing to do. Don't you?
You have a point. I just don't know if they're able to stop, and that's concerning. Also, this melody, it's like I've dreamt of it, maybe not. It's... Alright, maybe we should just leave this place.
Vali,
it's nice
as you hear Precious talking to this owl creator, you hear from the centre of the room quietly a... If you to look over, you see that Ebda working away now seems to be humming.
And Valley's just quietly humming to themselves. Does the song have a tune? Hiding in our minds like a worm.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Balloon.
Tim?
Spreads like
I'm sorry.
Right.
It's really hard to not hum.
Yeah, I think we should leave.
I think we. Oh my God! I do not have a good singing voice. We should go and never return.
As you step into the centre of the room, if you were to glance up at the balcony to the level above, you see Vanir looking down at you all, and there is a very clear concern in her sort of furrowed brow, and she steps away and disappears from sight.
As it falls like snow.
A few moments later, you hear a large wooden bang, like something heavy has been slammed.
Oh dear.
And then you hear footsteps. And Vanir is descending the stone stairs towards you. She's coming down to this floor.
Have a tune, hiding in our minds like a worm, makes a sound like a loon.
Concentrate.
Land
Just
falls
try
out
to stop
the
it.
All of you make a concentration check for me again.
drifts into the sea as the sun burns
save?
front
Or check.
with a
Save,
lethal
10.
intensity as the mountains crack and the clouds.
And as she's coming down the stairs towards you, echoing down the stone staircase, you do hear,
fall.
Oh my.
and as she sees you, she kind of stops and breathes in for a second and sighs and just... When I first arrived at Candlekeep, almost 600 years ago,
That's a long
the scholars were concerned about a singing sickness. A visiting book merchant had been afflicted with it, and he was put in isolation down here after several of the scholars began singing the song as well. She pauses for a few seconds. You can see she's regaining composure over herself again. I do not know what happened to him or to the others. That was just before I arrived, some 615 years ago. It was deadly, it was dangerous, and I'm sorry to inform you, I have just informed the scholars, and I have sealed us all in, to prevent whatever this is from spreading throughout the keep.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry, what? A singing sickness that is deadly?
Yes,
How?
How?
stop singing, all of you.
Valley's going to try another con save.
Can I stop singing?
Make it, yeah. Well, so yeah.
Again?
Riley, Tim, and Precious were able to. Vali, you are just, and she looks at you and she's like, "Not so easy, is it? If it were to grow worse, you would not want to take drink. You wouldn't want to eat. Soon you will not be able to sleep. This is how the sickness is deadly." She takes a bit of like a ragged breath and sort of focuses. There are rooms here. I would suggest we all take stock and take time and attempt to research a solution.
Wait. They're going to quarantine us here until we die of starvation because we can't eat because we're singing?
If necessary.
The greatest wizards alive, and we... Okay. Alright.
That is a necessary I would rather avoid, because that might lead to us in the void.
The hatch has been sealed. I have locked it magically. The hatch is locked and shut. There is no way to leave the cellar. I apologize, but we do not know to what degree this could spread.
Do we have any supplies?
There is a well-stocked kitchen down here. There are beds for all of you.
And
There's a child
there's,
here.
There's no cure for this?
That is what we shall attempt. Is what we shall attempt to discover for ourselves. And yeah, Ebda. You hear Ebda humming behind you. And he's like, sort of breaks up to be like, "This is ridiculous. The halfling is right. I have a child here. We cannot remain cooped up." And a moment later, you hear the slightest tap of claws as through the gap in the ceiling, Cthulhu drops down. What is this noise I hear?
Oh no, you're here too.
They have closed the way?
Sorry, Jim. Is this the? So are we trapped in this floor or both
No,
floors?
you are trapped in anywhere you can get to on the combat map. You are not locked out of any area. The hatch that you originally were in at the start of the adventure is what has been locked. So the floor above here you can go to, this floor you can go to, and anywhere else you can get to on the map you can go to. You're basically locked out of the rest of Candlekeep.
Right. So the two battle maps. So the one
Yeah,
above with the wicker basket. Yeah.
Totally, absolutely fine. There's no popping up to get Zeo Dragner or going to your dorm.
Okay. Well, this is silly. Okay. Let's just ask the scribe. They're the one that started this.
Yeah. They're the one who started this. It's.
I'm Precious is
It has
gonna
been-
This
march
is
there.
terrifying.
Just keep your
Is that
watch.
Riley or Nikki?
Both?
It's a cognito hazard.
It's us again.
Stops. You.
Yeah, me. Hi. We need to know every book you have read in the last hour or two. Everything you've touched, everything you've read.
I have read 4 books, all of them regarding magical uses for aiding with irrigation. Farming books.
Okay. Could you take us?
Be the one we took.
They're piled on the desk. She points to them. You see, it looks like she was preparing to transcribe each of these. She started with one of them, and there's 3 others waiting in the pile.
Right.
Are you
there?
sure there was nothing else?
Nothing at all. That's what I've been working on today. And she sort of stares and sort of looks at you expectantly. But even after a few seconds, as she's looking at you, waiting for you to speak, just softly in her throat, you just hear the start of.
No, don't.
Oh,
And you started humming today?
I don't know. Haven't really thought about it until you. Mostly work by myself. Yes, Precious.
What if there's a 5th book?
This is probably not going to help, but even if it's just for flavor, the flowers on Precious's hair are going to rearrange themselves as massive, flowerful earmuffs. And I'm talking like, really, really big earmuffs, covering her ears in an attempt to muffle the noises.
Okay,
before she goes absolutely mental.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, I'll allow that.
Okay.
Precious, make me a DC 10 concentration save.
Oh no. $15?
You want to hum, but you manage to resist the urge.
What? Okay.
Valley's gonna step forward. Are you sure those are all the books? Do you have anything else? Maybe we forgot something. I was trying to remember something and I don't know what I was trying to remember, but maybe you had something that you forgot to remember, too. Does the song have a name?
The tune?
Those that it's slang?
The tune?
Does the tune foretell pain? Does the song have a name?
Ali, stop.
I'm trying.
I must admit our lives here might be fulfilled.
Okay, I think Valley's going to quickly look at the desk and where the owl was working, and they're going to search to see if there are actually 4 books or if there's something else that has fallen. They remember that they were trying to remember something, and they had a bit of amnesia, so they know there's a bit of a gap in their mind, but they're not sure what. So that's...
Okay. Make an investigation check. This person would have been introduced, just for the lack of you having a name, would have introduced themselves originally as Crinkles. Sorry.
Okay.
Crinkles just is clearly affronted by what you're trying to do at their workspace that they're sat at. Like, can I help you? Can I help all of you? Once again, you are in here. And I said, sure, I'm trying to work.
You can, yes. Can you show me the bookshelf you took the books from?
She just stands up and, come, I will show you.
I point quickly towards Precious, towards the desk.
Nice.
And follow.
Oh, Valley's following. I think she was making an opportunity for you, Valley.
Oh.
Precious has stayed behind.
Cool, okay.
After they took a look and didn't see anything.
And there's just a section on irrigation that Crinkles points to that has a space for 4 books missing along the shelf. Meanwhile, Precious, you find nothing of interest or that throws any sort of refute on Crinkles' story. You do find what looks to be a rather nice calligraphy kit. There's a standard calligraphy kit if you wanted to lift that, but it looks like it has been used or is in active use.
No, that's okay. We've got priorities. I want to get out of this room. I do not like it down here. I don't like being locked up. Can I just check this door?
The door is locked. So I didn't describe this room to you properly before. All around, fireflies float lazily about like embers caught in the air. 3 writing desks sit against the north wall, and a sheepskin rug beneath each one. On one of the desks rests a pile of books with a stack of paper. These are books I just told you about, along with a stoppered ink jar and a porcupine quill pen. Another desk has a leather case on it. A mouldering tapestry hangs off-centre on the west wall. To the southeast is a wood-panelled wall with a closed door set into it. A weak yellow glow emanates from under this door, Precious.
Precious is... there's obviously no key, like, on the desks that she
No.
was seeing, right? And it is locked. I don't have thieves. No, I don't have anything to open it. I don't think it's like any sort of tools. Frustrating. Okay. Can I attempt to break the lock?
You
You
can.
Is there like a letter opener somewhere around that I could use to like?
On the desk,
open?
across the desks in the room, there would be. There's various quills. I say it wouldn't be a stretch to say this is the room for the copying of books. So presumably there's things for work and the spines in some way, and it's like pressing. So I'm sure there's some sort of implement in here that you can find. I'm not going to go Googling how printing presses worked back in the day, but I'm sure we can find something in here you could use.
So Riley is still carrying the letter opener from...
The highly jeweled... Here, take my 5,000 gold letter opener.
I'm gonna try to sort of open this lock.
So are you trying to sneak it with a pick? Yeah, picking it non-proficiently, or are you trying to bust it?
Quickly checks her strength, -1. No, I'm gonna try dex. So let's try something dexterous for her.
Okay.
What would you like me to roll?
It would be a dex save, but let's just have a look. Okay, yeah, make me a dex save and tell me what you're trying.
So she's gone and found a slight, like something to like open, actually like a thing to mark pages on, so a little pin, metallic pin, and she's going to try to shove that in there and rattle it around.
Okay. So you're not applying. This is just a straight dex check. No proficiency.
And actually, as she does that, she realizes that it's just too flimsy. So she's gonna do something that she knows is a bit stronger. And she grows her nail and attempts to do it with her nail.
Okay, so
just for flavor.
So makes her nail grow out a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ouch.
Just at the last second, you hear a little click. And as you open the door, you see a small room awash in the glow of thousands upon thousands of fireflies. The luminescent insects flit around inside more than a dozen glass terrariums that fill shelves along the walls. A steady plinking noise results from fireflies bouncing off the glass. You see there are shallow wooden boxes placed on the lowest shelves.
I'm gonna check those out.
What, the trays?
The boxes.
Yeah. The boxes you see all just contain glass vials of like a dark brown liquid. Each vial itself is rather small, like less than you'd expect to see in like a potion. Much, much smaller. We're talking like, they're not test tubes, but like test tube size bottles, test tube amounts of liquid.
No labels?
No labels whatsoever.
Any idea what this could be at all?
Make me a nature check. You would recall that your aunties, quite often for use in spells and potions and tinctures, would raise some pretty interesting insects and creatures. And a lot of insects in their larval stages don't necessarily eat much plants. They quite often eat these weird, when you're growing your own, you don't want to keep wandering out to find exactly the right sort of plants. There's a lot of these creatures end up eating this strange like nutrient paste, and you remember that like the base ingredient for making that paste often comes from these like brown high like calorie, high protein liquid vials that looked very similar to this. You could quite accurately guess that these bottles may contain nutrients for growing and breeding these fireflies.
Okay, you're interesting, but you're not going to get us out of here. Right.
Anything else you want to do in here?
Unfortunately, she's flustered and she wants to get out, and she doesn't think there's anything here. So no.
Okay, that's fine. Ava, make me a DC 10 Constitution save, please.
You
My
got it.
boundary is being a little buggy right now. Someone could roll mine for me.
Yeah,
Be dearly appreciated.
I will roll yours.
Thank you.
And while we are here, I would like to inspect the general vicinity of the gap where the 4 books were, and I will be touching every book because I have no self-preservation instincts.
Yeah, okay. Tim and Crinkles both lapse into and when people are humming this as well, it's not even in sync. Like everyone just starts humming it at their own pace. It just makes this horrible discordant mess all the time. You see nothing that seems unusual in the gap left behind by these books, Riley.
Funny you should mention that, because I actually start up that tune from the file at the same time as I'm hearing the ambient humming.
Riley's ears flap downwards a bit.
DM, is there any sort of Precious is trying to figure out if the humming is, because she said, Varys said contagious, I guess that's why we're being isolated. Does she feel like basically if you hear it, it kind of spreads that way, like an earworm, basically?
I don't see what insight she would have into that. You would feel that you are compelled to keep trying.
Okay.
I think,
but
you would.
It's not
you
coming
would,
as in like.
Well, I think it would stick in your mind that Ebda seemed really annoyed that you were humming, came over to have a go at you all about it, and then less than a minute later was now heard humming himself. He's clearly someone who did not approve of the humming, and then has found himself humming.
Okay.
You all hear a yell from the centre of the room. Quickly! Come quickly, help! Somebody help me! And you see that Ebda is no longer sat at the table. You'd see that he is lying back on the floor. His eyes are bulging in terror, and he looks like he is just massively and in huge amount of pain, straining. His eyes bulging are just darting around, and yet as he's there like this, with this huge sort of tortured expression and this everything, you see every part of him is tensed up. He is still humming the tune. Cthulhu has just knelt over him, like a hand on him, looking around like he just fell. He just fell out of his chair. What is happening?
I don't know.
That wasn't mentioned as a symptom.
We gotta stop him from humming somehow. Hold on. Valley is going to open up their pack, and it looks like I have 50 feet of hempen rope in there. I'll take that. And Valley is going to say, maybe if we can get this into his mouth, he'll stop humming, and that might help.
You hear, Dad? Dad?
No, go
Dad,
back,
what happened?
back.
What's wrong with my dad? Get away from my dad! A very little girl. The art's a bit older than I intended it to look. Actually, looks about 8 or 9. Comes like rushing over and tries to shove past you all.
I know. Go back.
And everyone, and she is not getting back. Dad is on the floor, and all these people are around him. Can you all please make me a DC 10 Constitution saving throw? Tim, do I still need to make it for you?
Yeah, I'm trying to reload my page, so we'll see if that works.
Oh no.
Tim, you got a 17 that time.
Valley is going to realize they have started humming a bit, and they're just going to
As his Crinkles.
Grab the small penknife and cut off a bit of rope and just shove it into their mouth like a gag to try and stop themselves from humming. Because they clearly cannot do it manually.
Tonight's session was brought to you by the letters B, D, S, and M.
Hey,
you still hum through the rope. Absolutely. Crinkles also hums. And Ebda, despite the seeming like seizure he's having, continues to do it. The little girl is trying to like pull her dad up and just is not succeeding at all. She is a tiny child. He is a large, well-built man.
Cover your ears. Cover your ears. And Valley's going to try and cover the child's ears. Just like clamping their hands over.
Wait, I have an idea. I will go up
The girl just looks up and watches Riley, looking. You see tears in her eyes.
I'll go up and using 2 side points, I will cast Lesser Restoration.
Okay. Yeah. Is there any flavour to how you want to cast that, Riley?
It will just be a bunch of orange butterflies around Abder's head.
Nice. I like it. Yeah, as you complete that casting, you just see at the end of it, he just immediately slackens. All that tenseness goes from him. And he just looks like pained and relieved. Did you touch him at any part of your spell cast?
Yes.
Yeah, you would feel that he was very, very cold, like unusually cold, while this episode was happening. But the heat returns back to him. If you're still touching him at the end of the spell cast, you'd feel like rapidly the heat comes back in. And he just... Oh my God. What happened? What happened then?
We don't know.
And he just sort of pulls... He's been lying on his back. He pushes himself up onto one arm and drags himself really unsteadily to his knee, putting all his weight on the table, and just pulls his daughter into like a big one-armed hug and gives her like a kiss on the forehead and say, You should be asleep, Galeby. Oh, I just need to sit for a moment. Did anybody bring any drink down here? Oh no, I've gone Barovian. Oh shit. Has anyone got any drink?
I think your daughter heard the song.
No, she'll be absolutely... Oh no.
Precious is going to grab her quartz and she's going to sing as well. She's going to sing in Sylvan. If anyone understands Sylvan, it goes something like, Go to sleep, child, go to sleep before the hags take you away. And I'm going to cast sleep.
Oh, are you sure? Only because, well, sleep is an area effect, isn't it? I don't think you choose the creatures it's going to affect. I think you might blanket.
No. Creatures within 20 feet on a point you choose within range are affected in the order of.
Yeah. So it isn't true. Yeah. I think it would drop like all of you.
I can't.
Yeah, you can't look at one person and go. I mean, you could lead her away from people, absolutely, and do it. But if you were to drop it here, I think it would just put all the group to sleep.
I'd like to try to get Abder and Thingy to both follow me.
Hey, try and get them to follow you then. Let's RP it.
Hi. Okay, you were asleep, and your dad is also really quite tired, and he's in a lot of pain. Please, follow me. I think I've got something that might help, but you need to trust me. And she's trying to be really persuasive.
Make a persuasion check with advantage. Oh, what is this we're using here? Sorry. Or was that a misclick?
What did I do?
You used your remote viewing eerie token?
No, forget that.
I was gonna say from what I thought that thought that doesn't make sense in this scenario. Yeah, make me a and everybody as well, make me a DC 10 con saving throw, please.
You got, Chief.
Am I making yours still, Tim?
Tim's gone.
Tim is dead.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Now
Yes.
we can hear you, yes.
Okay, good. Yes, I should be able to make my own.
Let's have a look. Yeah, you're all managing to stomach it. However, every one of the NPCs.
Alright, I'm gonna try to take them like, okay,
Yeah,
everyone
they will,
who's singing, grab hands and follow me.
The Pied Piper of Candlekeep.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to take them maybe to one of those. Did they say there was a bedroom somewhere?
Well, you would have seen that the stairs down here. However, you all think, whoa. That's alright, I know. I'll put you back up. However, all the lights start to flicker off and on. The fireflies just seem to blink out. and the lights... There was many lights and lanterns in here, but they all just seem to start to sputter in and out. And the effect is just that overall it becomes a little dimmer in the library.
That's creepy.
I've got dark vision.
Tim is very... He's a man who likes his quiet. The unnerving, creeping, sonorous sound of the humming is really starting to get on his nerves.
And you want to lead the NPC train with you to the staircase?
Yes, please. All the hummers with me. You guys realize, I don't know what your passives are, but Precious is sweating a bit. She's still trying to smile. Something's happening to her. So.
Valley's hands are shaking as well, but as they follow at the end of the train of NPCs.
And
is Cthulhu coming along?
Cthulhu was not humming.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
any semblance of expression is gone from Tim's face as his neck is corded and his right eye twitches as he tries to desperately concentrate and not hum.
Where are you heading to? Where are you taking us to?
Here, it's gonna be okay. I think you rest. You are in pain, and it might come again.
Well, we'll go to we have our own chambers we'll go to.
Okay.
And he sort of walks past you, opens a door that Galeby, his daughter, well, the door was ajar actually, and you see that she has her own room.
Before they go too far away.
Yeah. I can bring her back. Yeah.
In fact, as when I see them all stuck, because we can drag them into the beds, I'm gonna cast sleep and see who it affects. Alright, I'm very sorry to do this, but I really think it's for the best. And she sings a really beautiful lullaby in Sylvan.
Are you trying to catch crinkles in this as well? Are we just basically get a situation where players weren't stacked next to these people?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So
so I think I rolled 5d8. Is that right?
You do. It starts with the lowest. Yeah, let's have a look.
Yeah. So.
Oh. Okay. Galeby and Ebda slump to the floor as he's going. He kind of like looks. He looks insulted and like shocked at you, but he tries to reach out and kind of just pull his daughter close to him as we both just slump over separately, and his hands like reaching out towards her on the floor as we're unconscious. Crinkles staggers back slightly for a second and then just looks back like, You! What are you doing?
It's okay. I figure once they're asleep they can't hum, and if they can't hum they can't be in pain. Please trust me.
And if they can't hum, they'll be quiet.
Take off the spell, the sleep spell, just so we know what you slept.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
Please, Precious, just make them quiet. Make them quiet.
Can you all make me a concentration save, please?
Oh God.
Sorry, I'll clear the template off. Don't worry.
There's my microwave dice. I was looking for them.
Very good. Very good. That's better then.
Could you stay here and watch over them? We'll try to find a solution upstairs. You're not helping at all.
They're just lying here just leaving them on the floor?
No, we'll she looks back to her friends just in panic.
Help me.
Yeah.
This room is Galeby's room. And she would ask for your help dragging Galeby into the room.
Riley will try to help, but she is small.
While you're in here, Precious, just moving you so I can actually read my bookmark. Toys are scattered around on an unmade bed, and piles of clothes obscure all but a few bare patches of the floorboards. Above a writing desk in the corner dangles a dragon marionette made from brass and wood with wings of canvas dyed red, and a round firefly lamp hangs in the opposite corner. On the writing desk you see many crude pictures that have been drawn. A bit more crude than like for a girl of this age you'd think they would make.
Okay. Well, she loves snooping. I might have a closer look.
Yeah?
Snooping on a 9-year-old.
They are in loud coloured paints in the style typical of a younger child, and it makes them all seem a bit more unsettling. One of the pictures shows a man whose feet have been severed. Blood seems to be pouring from his ankles and from the severed feet next to him. Another shows a boy underwater grasping at his throat, and the last one shows a dog with a severed hand in its mouth. And in each picture there is a black, almost like a rain cloud, drawn hovering over each scene.
That is
Does this trigger any memory at all? No. Okay. Right. Well, at least she's channeling her creativity somehow.
And I'm guessing with maybe a bit of a combined effort, Ebda is dragged into his room, yeah?
Yes.
And whoever's helping Ebda into his bed, you would see a very sparse, tidy room, apart from a clay bowl that has some sort of... There's a smell of vinegar in the room, some sort of a remnant of some vinegary meal in a bowl on top of a trunk. There's a closed trunk in there. The room is sparsely furnished, bed, small round table, mirror above a wash basin, green rug. It's a very, very standard, unassuming room.
Alright, I think he's safe in bed. And Bai's just gonna step out the wall, stepping past Crinkles. But we still don't know what's going on with this humming. And well, I think the first person to start humming was you, Crinkles. Could we take a look at your room to see if there's anything in there? Like any songs?
There is nothing in my room.
Yes. I mean, I'm sorry, but someone spread it to us, and none of us started singing until we talked with you, and
We do need to figure out what this is.
We desperately need to. The noise is not. It's loud.
Breathe.
It's very, very loud. Please.
Can you all make me a Constitution 10? You can't save, please.
Oh no.
oh no.
Oh no!
I will
At
point
least
out
one person's wrong.
she hasn't failed a single one just yet. So I don't know if that's my earmuffs or what.
Just you all begin to break out into that sort of discordant singing, and as you do, a couple of the lights sputter in and out.
Okay.
Let's see what. One moment. Let's see what.
Oh, I don't think we should see that.
Let me just have a check for a second. Tim, Varley, can you please make me a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw?
Hey, something I should be
Yes, I
kind of good at.
can. But I am not a fan of whatever might transpire.
Not that good.
For my very eye. Oh dear, oh no. Away my mind goes. Let's see what happens.
You both have a horrible sharp pain in your head for a moment. You both take 6 points of psychic damage, and both of you make an unarmed attack against the nearest person to you as you just lash out in rage.
Oh no.
Riley.
Alright, oh no. I'm good at unarmed strikes. Will this be?
You are.
Can I use vicious mockery just as a, just as a?
I don't think you'd really see Tim from where you are, line of sight around a corner. He just
Thankfully, you don't
clutches his head for a second and then strikes out. So yeah, a 10. I guess a 10. Remember to target people when you're attacking them. So yeah, it goes wide, it misses, but Riley suddenly Tim clutches his head and then full on lashes out and tries to strike you.
I'm so sorry. I saw something there. I'm so sorry, Crinkles.
It's like Crinkles is saying, "Oh, what are you doing? Oh, oh!" And you all just hear.
Look.
Oh my god.
And you're all just left looking at each other, hearing that. You all heard it straight into your head.
Guys, why the hell? Shut up.
Look. Just listen to your Crinkles. We need to figure out where this is coming from. And you're the first person who started humming. Crinkles, are you listening to me? Crinkles.
From now on, folks, you do not hum.
Oh shit.
You now start to sing the song. Now, I get that some of you may not be comfortable doing that. That's fine. If that's the case, you can just continue doing the little humming you have been. But in character, we would know that you are now singing the song.
The Shemshine song?
Let me whip up the lyrics.
I got them.
But yeah, Crinkles is going to try and run away from you.
Wait. Read the poem.
Help! Are you been attacked? Whoa!
Crinkles, no, stop!
Forgotten us.
Stop!
Sleeping with the swing she took.
Crinkles, stop! Wait!
With another token each of the shadow.
Crinkles, stop! Where are you going? We need to stick together!
As you get to the middle room, you see... This is chaos! Audio chaos! Precious, as you get up here, you see Cthulhu. Okay, stop. You see Cthulhu is effectively like shoulders hunched, hackles up, just looking around wild-eyed, terrifying, and her eyes just sort of land on you, Precious, with Crinkles like running in front of you. Crinkles scream about being attacked. And you just see that Cthulhu is really struggling not to sing and just slumps down to the floor for a second against the table. It's like, I did not come here. I did not come here for this. I came here to study. Not to... And she just begins to sing. And you see that she just looks like horrified of herself. It's causing her physical pain to sing. But she sings.
Alright, I'm up cups to sleep on both of them as well.
Oh, okay.
On level 2. I don't know how to do that.
Unless you... In fact, Cthulhu has a decent HP roll. So, HP pool. So, yeah. You should be able to click and cast the spell and drop it on both of them. I think it will calculate the numbers for you automatically. Is everybody else going to be staying in the basement, or are they going to be following Precious up? It's fine, whichever one you want to do.
Tim is staying in the basement. His left hand is pounding against the wall. His right is digging into his scalp as he sings.
But their part when after Oh, that.
Okay.
When Crinkles fled, Valley immediately opened one of the other doors, trying to find which room might be Crinkles to see if there's anything in there that might be some.
Okay.
hint.
So this room is bare except for a there is a shell and a key on the table. A shell and a small brass key.
Okay.
In the other room with all the beds, there is nothing except the other beds. This would be the room that you would have been staying in if you hadn't escalated things immediately.
Whoops. Okay. Valley's basically going to continue looking around. They're trying to find some kind of songbook because now that they know the lyrics, they have a rough idea of what they might be looking.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Valley did just hear the lyrics, and they did just hear the whole see a mother sighting weep, forgotten husband sleeping near.
Yeah.
They did not help Galeby into her room, but someone else did give Galeby a hand.
Precious gave Galeby a hand into her room.
And Precious saw those things, but Precious is upstairs, so I guess Valley will continue searching, but it'll take them a while to actually stumble into Galeby's room and see those drawings.
Okay, yeah. So you go into the room.
I think when I did comment that it's good that she's getting her creativity somewhere, so I think Valley would have heard that and seen Precious looking at those drawings.
Okay, then I suppose they would have stumbled upon them. But while Valley's doing that, I suppose we can just let Precious sleep everyone upstairs.
Not sure with that roll, but we'll try.
Yeah, you. Has that done damage to them? Actually, that's interesting. How the spells work. No, why it's done damage?
It shouldn't.
Yeah, of course. Crinkles falls to the floor, asleep this time. Cthulhu does not. Cthulhu looks horrified, and
she's just asleep. She's not hurt.
I know this. I know what the incantation is, but you will not keep me here. Nobody will keep me here. I have to get out. And she is going to. She takes off at an incredible pace. Like she vaults over half the table, and just you hear her claws pounding away into the depths of the library, and you just hear I have to get out. I have to get out of here.
I sympathize, but she's not my problem. Precious is gonna go back down to make sure her friends are okay. Oh my god, she's gonna run down the stairs if she hears that. Is it did she hear it in her mind?
Well, you can, but before you went down the stairs, you also felt like you actually heard it as well.
Holy crap! Okay, she's bolting it down. Guys, I think it's upstairs.
See a sun
Okay. She's gonna grab Tim by the shoulder and she's gonna minor illusion a massive scream, at least 5 or 6 times the loudest of her voice, in an attempt to kind of make him do another con save.
Explain. Elaborate.
So I wanted to use minor, which is here. Hold on. I don't know if that works, but.
Oh, you're trying to jump scare Tim.
I'm trying to basically, jump scare him into sort of having to break his an attempt to break his concentration on the song, so he can roll again and maybe roll better.
Well, it's been long enough that I want all of you to roll again, please. Anyway.
Oh. Come on, give me something good here. That's not sufficient.
Oh no, it's alright.
No.
Tim's expression is bordering on mania as he grabs onto Precious's shoulders, his smile teetering.
You hear, and you hear from Galeby's room.
The mother scything meat forgotten has been sleeping.
Wait, remind me, does 10 pass?
That's what? 10 does pass, yeah.
Okay.
All of you become aware of a sudden and drastic drop in the temperature.
Riley is just sitting on the floor, kind of hugging herself, and she's shaking.
Shemshine?
What do we do?
Valley's going to
We need to
come
do
out of the
something.
room holding a few pieces of paper, and they're humming, "See a mother scything wheat forgotten has been sleeping near."
Precious?
And they're going to hold up the drawing of the man with the missing feet and the missing ear.
So cold. It's so cold.
This drawing's
Precious.
You said it's upstairs?
Stop singing.
Precious!
I'm trying not to sing.
Oh, God. I will bolt into Gabriel's room, and does she have any, like, a chest or something to store things? Is there any chest? Or like
In Galeby's room, there's a little trunk at the
Yes.
edge of her bed, yeah.
I will rummage through that for anything.
Just clothes. Just a little girl's clothes. It's all that's in there.
Guys. Precious, come on. Snap out of it. This is really not funny.
She looks at you with panic in her eyes and just responds, "See a son doing his chore, washing clothes for folks in town."
I will try to shake Precious.
We're gonna die here. We're gonna die singing.
Shemshine's the name. That's the one that takes the blame.
I'm not even a singer.
I'm going to have to do this. Can she cast spells while she's in this compulsion, or am I just like incapacitated?
Not for a few minutes, because you're not able to stop singing, so you're not able to complete. Well, unless it's a spell that has no verbal component. But any spell that has a verbal component, you effectively can't do because you cannot stop singing.
Nope. Not a thing at all.
Okay.
Okay.
I really don't want to die cold singing, guys.
What are we
Please,
doing, folks?
Guys, what do we do?
Okay, let's maybe close the door.
Yeah, whoops.
Oh, not with Bali outside. DM, is there any pen and paper around?
It's a library, yes. You can very quickly find some.
Well,
Unova was a whole room of writing supplies upstairs. In the room where you make crinkles.
We are not going upstairs.
These are more the bedrooms.
Bali is holding up the drawings from Galeby's room and just motioning to them as they're singing, pointing to.
I know. This is fucked up. This gives us nothing but the fact that it's fucked up.
Valley is going to more emphatically point at the fact that the pictures line up with exactly what we're singing as they sing the next verse of "See a dog that knows how to heal."
Yes, I know, buddy, I know.
The air, everyone, the air suddenly feels thick and it presses in on you from all sides, prickling at your nerves. Your muscles all twitch as though something is yanking on them with invisible strings. I need Varley and Precious to make me a DC 15 charisma saving throw.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Riley shuts her eyes, and the little butterflies from the previous session, when in the sauna,
Yeah.
that's her. Her thoughts that are kind of
Manifest?
separated.
Yeah.
Manifest.
Okay. Varley
Uh-huh.
and Precious, you have full awareness of what is happening to you. You are fully conscious, but you both begin to sing the song as loud as you can. And when you're singing the song in full, you're all very aware that you're singing 3 stanzas of it, but you're all only ever humming the last stanza. You know there's more to the song, but you don't know what it is, just that it's there. And both of you are charmed by the next minute, and you are compelled to sing Shemshine's rhyme repeatedly whilst trying to cause physical harm to those around you.
Oh.
So let's all roll initiative.
Oh my god!
I'm not going to make this go for 10 rounds, by the way.
I'd like to apologize to Riley, given that Volley is... Oh no.
Yeah.
The people who are charmed got the best initiative.
Precious.
That kind of makes
wrong?
sense.
What's wrong?
Precious.
You see Precious singing, "Does the shadow have a name?" And her nails grow in size and become sharp like talons, and she scratches at your face. Oh no! Oh, sorry, I should have selected Tim. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's fine. It still hits. Just roll the damage, and I'll just apply it to him.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. There's tears in her eyes, and she her eyebrows are furrowed.
And I hate to tell you this, Precious, your mouth just contorts into a wide grin when it's not singing as well, and your eyes bulge how Ebta's eyes bulged as you're just looking with these, grinning with these tears as you sing.
Shemshine.
Please, I don't want.
Can I use my movements to move away from him, or do I not
Nope.
want to?
No. You are compelled to stay close and attack. Anything else from you, Precious?
No, because no.
Okay.
No.
Varley, it's you. Riley, you're next.
Alright, I am... Now, here's a question for Riley's sake. How much control does Valley have? Because
None.
they could...
Physically,
okay,
no.
Okay, so it's just going all in on...
It's physical only, so I would take things like the channeling of ki to be mental and will-based, so I wouldn't say you'd be popping ki. You're just trying to punch.
Okay, so is this...
You're not going to, attack flurry of blow, just flinging this halfling around the room.
Okay, that was actually one of the things I was getting at, is because, as it comes up, if you're possessed by a ghost, you don't actually get the unarmed strike benefit of a month's.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it's just the flat strength attack.
Yeah, you've not been convinced. You've not been convinced to attack. Your body is being forced to. So yeah, you don't. It's not using all of your super cool moves. You'd get your martial art die just for the sake of having to trigger it all, but you wouldn't be doing things like bonus attacks and double attacks yet. So just an
Gotcha.
arm attack.
Okay.
Did you say yet?
That 22 hits, I think.
Okay.
I would like to apologize for putting the
Riley
ASI
had
into
her eyes
that.
closed before you hit her, and she opens them very wide just as you strike.
And they're both
And
singing.
she staggers back.
Your mother sighing we'd forgotten husband sleeping near. With one swing she took his feet, with another she took his ear.
Ali?
Riley, it's your turn.
Does the shadow have a name?
What the fuck do I do?
Shemshine.
He's coming for you, Riley. What are you doing?
They're coming.
Oh, yeah, we are. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Come on, Riley. Tim, be thinking about what you're going to do.
I know.
Gonna give you 20 seconds, Riley. Gotta make a choice.
Okay, fine. I use my 2 remaining psi points to grab Valley and cast Lesser Restoration at them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have this. Is this the orange butterflies again? Was it butterflies before when you did it to Ebda?
Yes, it was butterflies.
Yeah, they land on Varley, and as they sink into their skin for a moment, you just see the flash in their eyes, and Varley, you regain your composure. You're fully aware of what you did, but your muscles are your own again.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Tim,
Didn't mean to do that.
Precious is attacking you.
Your dog knows how to heal.
As Tim's side of Precious is delivered, he looks up at her with a disturbed, ragged fear in his eyes as he says, Precious, I don't want... I won't fight you, okay? I'm done. I give up. And Tim is going to slink prone onto the ground in front of Precious. And his lips are going to feebly begin to enunciate, Shemshine? Come on, Shemshine. I'm singing it, right? We're cool. Shemshine. Shemshine. And that's going to be my turn.
Precious.
And again,
Your muscles are your own again.
My muscles are my own again.
Yeah, you're no longer being controlled.
She kneels down and hugs shaking Tim and says, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. That wasn't me. I'm so sorry.
Shemshine?
Oh, okay.
It's okay, Tim. Whilst her wits are her own, Precious is going to run to the girl, to Gilby.
Okay.
And shake her awake. I'll slap her if I need to.
I think you do have to for the sleep spell.
I will slap her, and her claws are not yet retracted.
You're just gonna kill a kid?
She's not thinking.
Okay, yeah, you slap her, and she takes a point of damage and is awoken.
Why did you paint those drawings?
You cut her cheek. Well, first of all, before she answers you,
Don't close that door. Don't close that door, Harrison.
she begins to sing the song instead of answering you, and she looks upset that she's singing.
Tim, are you okay?
Show me.
No.
Show me where you learned that song.
Where'd you learn this song, Gilby?
I heard Crinkles humming it when she was walking past my room to her room.
Is that before or after you did the drawings?
Before, and then I wanted to draw them then.
Where's Crinkle's room?
Yeah, let's bust
And she
into that.
just points in the direction of down the corridor.
Down here? Alright. It must be in there. Crinkles was the one who saw this. That must be the room. I opened the door. That was Varen's, so it must be that door.
Riley grabs Tim's hand.
What? Where's my dad?
He's asleep. He's okay.
She move, and she starts singing it again.
No.
Someone lock her in the room. Close the door and lock her in.
Riley shuts the door.
Everyone make me a con save, please.
Alright. Tim is sagged down onto the floor, his head.
Riley sings.
Oh, no, Riley, come on.
Tim, lock Riley in the room.
No. What Farley hurts? Gilby.
Lock her in the other room, the one opposite.
I can't.
Riley will walk into this room, and wasn't there a key in here?
There was a small key next to what looked to be a shell. When you get closer to the
I'm
shell,
grabbing the key.
well, you would see when you get closer, the shell appears to be a bit of a clockwork contraption, and it's like an oyster shell.
Okay, I will grab both of those things.
Okay.
While still singing, I will run up to Valley and I will thrust them towards them.
Okay.
I was gonna gladly take the key, and then
Yeah.
Valley's gonna say, Tim, take the key, lock Riley in. I'm gonna try and break down this door. And
The key
Riley.
is very small. The key doesn't look like it would work on any door that you've seen before. And in fact, the clockwork shell seems to have a little key hole on it.
Valley's going to, I suppose, try opening the clockwork shell.
It is a very little music box.
Oh, fuck.
Can I just say, by the way, I'm really looking forward to, if we're lucky enough to get it, the fan art from Nikki's friend from this one.
Yeah!
Oh no.
Just me love you.
Break it, box. Break it.
But we're singing 2 stanzas, and what about the 3rd stanza?
You've been singing 3, there's a missing 4th.
What about the 4th stanza?
Can we open this door? Valley, can you break this door open?
Valley's gonna pass the music box to Precious and immediately start whacking this door.
Make me an athletics check, please, Varley.
Alright.
Can I somehow help with solar check? No, you don't need it. There you go.
You can assist if you want. You can tell me how you're doing it.
I will body check it as well.
Okay. You make me an athletics check as well, then. Or Varley can make it again, and we'll take the highest.
Go with Valley.
Nice.
The door is just not budging. It is a solid door.
Valley is going to give up trying to keep the door intact and actually just try and start breaking it down using just like smacking their short sword against it.
Yeah, okay. It takes a while, but if you're giving it a good few minutes, you can eventually hack enough away at the door that it becomes easier to body check. And it won't be pretty, but if you're just desperately trying to smash through this and just hack your way through, it is doable after about 5 minutes.
Actually, perhaps Valley could try and punch through and like unlock it on the other side, like, you know, classic punch through a...
That will take a little time less. After they punch through, it is still locked on the other side.
It's locked on the other side.
It is not a slide and bolt lock. It is clearly there's no sort of latch. It is just a key in the hole. But you can, after a few more minutes, you can make enough of a smash through that we can get this door open.
Valley is going to say, I think I'm getting it. And they're going to shove their arm through to try and find the latch on the other side. And unlatch it.
And the
I mean,
door, the door very crudely and with a fair bit of complaint and resistance does come open.
Everyone, open here quickly. And they're going to look inside.
Before we address this room, would everyone like to take 5 minutes? We've been going 2.5 hours. If you want to grab 5 and we'll get a quick drink, quick freshen up, and then we'll carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Harrison?
Yes.
Harrison? Fuck you.
Hey, every hum and every song so far has been me fucking about with voice mod. I'm putting it as soundboard. Yeah.
I love
This
you.
is amazing
Thank
and
you.
I hate you.
Good. Excellent.
Nice.
It's going to get a hell of a lot worse. Right. It is, let's say, 22, yeah? So just 12 minutes.
Sounds
good.
Okay. Thank you for watching, everyone. We'll be back in 12 minutes. Right, we're back, and we've come back early because I have to tell you all that Tim, aka Knock, who is clearly a literal sperm with 5 minutes of life under his belt, has just said, as an adult, as a legal adult, he has never held a VHS cassette in his life.
Nope.
Absolutely disgusting.
Have you held a normal cassette, like a music cassette?
Nope.
Wow.
It's quite sad.
I feel like, if being the age you are, I feel like it isn't that much of a stretch to say, have you ever held a CD?
No, it's not. I've held CDs.
Okay.
Oh, phew. Okay.
What about mini discs? And the 5 minutes minutes they were around for. Never held a VHS. Good grief. Well, are we all back? Do we have Nikki?
Yes, we do.
Great.
Physically, I'm present. Emotionally, I'm worried.
You have broken through the door. What do you see? I will tell you. A room crawling with wingless larval fireflies. Hundreds of these tiny glowworms cling to every surface, shedding light throughout. A canvas hammock hangs between two pillars near the centre of the room, and an engraving of a goat wearing a crown leans against the north wall.
A goat wearing a crown. Is the goat wearing a crown a recognizable symbol at all?
It is not, but I've just remembered. I've also been tagged in something that I think was to do with this. Yeah, do you know what? I was actually tabbing back out to address what had been typed in the chat, sorry. I'm on Do Not Disturb and stream mode, so the pings aren't actually pinging me. But yes, Precious was looking at the music box. It seems to be... Well, are you looking at it, or are you actually operating it, Precious?
Yeah, absolutely. So she's gone into this room and closed the door just in case, and she's gonna sit on the and open the music box, play it, read it, investigate it, do whatever she needs to do with this thing.
There is no engraving on it. In fact, there is a small engraving on it. It just says, "To Cthulhu, my love, always yours, Gazan." And it just plays a nice little melody.
Not the melody.
No, certainly not.
Oh,
She's gonna chuck it against the wall. Hard.
What?
And leave.
It smashes.
Yep. She's a bit out of character. Yeah, she's frustrated, and she's gonna go and look for Valley.
Okay.
You guys haven't seen that. Just
you all hear a slight. It could be anything.
And maybe a swear word.
Also, I just want to say before.
That knows how to heal, never heeds plea nor command. Move a tasty meal. Doctors instead
Or make me a con save.
and does the shadow
I take back my finally.
Also, I just want to say, I think we can see that last thing that appeared in the chat. Like, we've seen all of them if we shouldn't.
No, that's fine. I've been just closing them off as they happen.
Okay.
That last one isn't relevant for where you are at the moment.
Okay. Also, I want to say that this map is lovely. Before I forget, I love how you can just sort of see the little fireflies crawling out from under the door here.
This was mapped by he's actually not in the chat anymore, but Stefan, formerly of The Crafty Dice, he mapped this one out.
Oh, lovely. I even
Go, Stefan.
can even see the little like drawings with the legs chopped off in Galby's room.
Yep.
Oh, love the detail. Now back to being scared. Does the shadow have a name?
Yes, so you're singing. Can you please, whilst you're in here, Varley, make me a perception check? Oh, Crafted Ice is here. Just he didn't show up in the user list for some reason for me. So there we go. So he heard your nice compliments.
Oh, cool. That'll be in Ulava.
Sorry, it's paused. Varley, whilst you're looking around this room and you're seeing these clusters of glowworms on the floor and on the ceilings, you do notice the occasional flicker of a slightly larger glow coming from here, where the walls meet.
Okay. Shemshine. So yes, I'm doing his chore, and Valley's going to wave Tim and Precious over as they're trying to cut down on their singing and failing. See a mother surfing, we'd forgotten husband sleeping near.
I don't want to get near you, actually.
Precious points to Valley and tells her to go into one of the rooms and close the door.
Does Valley recognize the symbol of the goat with the head?
No, it's not Baphomet. No, it appears to be entirely unrelated to all things religion.
Oh, okay.
It is just a statue. An engraving, rather.
Valley's going to just hum. See a dog that knows how to heal. Never.
Precious is searching the room.
And Valley's going to point at the corner where they saw the slightly larger glow as Precious begins to search.
Here?
Shall
Valley nods.
Make me an investigation check. If Precious is here and helping, she can assist or make her own. You identify a slight yellow glow coming from a crack in the wall here, Precious.
Okay, a secret door, perhaps?
Valley's eyes widen. They're going to go up here and start holding their arms out to try and roughly measure the depth of this, or the length of this wall, right here. And they're going to step into Ebder's room. And then as they stand here, they just note that there is a bit of a gap in the construction. Oop.
What's Precious going to do?
She's going to look for any sort of buttons, hidden mechanisms, to see if there's a trigger to open the door. Maybe pulling a book. There's a bookshelf.
So where the light is coming from, the sort of flittering out, you do notice that is in a sort of a slight gap in the brickwork. It doesn't shine through into whatever's beyond, but it's its own little like small cubby hole. And in there you do see there is a single, notably smooth, what looks like a smoother stone that's in there. Not a button outright, but some sort of growth from the wall. It looks like it could be pressed.
She will press the red button.
She's pressing it, is she?
She's definitely pressing it.
Oh, God. Okay, what was your backup character?
Someone who doesn't sing.
Just you all hear the grinding of stone as the wall slides open, and you all make me a concentration check. Even Riley by herself in there, you all want to hear the song.
Shit.
Precious begins to sing. Oh no, sorry, it's 10.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's a
I
skill
forgot.
check. It's fine. Yeah. So
I'm a cool halfling.
Tim begins to sing. Galeby begins to sing. And joining them discordantly.
Thanks.
I cast my chant and I opened the trunk.
Okay.
Guys,
Yes,
We'll just keep
Brad.
about them because he's singing.
She's gonna move a bit away so she can control the mage hand, but she's gonna open the trunk.
Inside, you see a number of items. What looks like a couple pieces of jewellery, a dagger, a few glass bottles, clearly containing liquid, and a large book.
A book. Great. The bottles, healing potions or any like nice thing potion or horrible potion?
It's difficult to tell without giving them a closer inspection. None of them are the familiar red of healing potions, that's for sure. One is a tall bottle blown in a way that almost seems like it have like a ripple effect, like a tall bottle of what seems to be like a very pale blue liquid in. The other one is a very stout bottle with a very strong dark green colour. Not in like the sickly way that potions often look, just a very, very strong green. And in fact, that bottle has like a little handle on either side. It's almost like when you see like the little maple syrup sort of bottles that have handles, and you notice that the handles, the curve on them, almost looks like the traditionally like flexed muscular arms reaching back up to a top, like the bottle itself is flexing.
Nice.
Okay. Grant,
And
she
the
knows
book,
that.
sorry to interrupt, the book is very noticeable even when closed. It just seems to have like golden clockwork, like lattices over it, and like it looks like a very thick, intricate book. You see like bolts and screws on part of it, and there is very visible damage on the outside of it too, as well as its title, which what's its title again? Shemshine's Bedtime Rhyme.
Right, yeah, that will grab her attention. Okay, she grabs the book, she opens the book.
what do I do?
She grabs it and she opens it. Okay. As you open the book, you're a bit taken aback because it is not a book of pages like you may expect. It is... I probably shouldn't have done this way. I've made a very strange choice here. Give me one moment because I just decided to do something really stupid for some reason.
If you tell me it's a pop-up book like the Babadook, I will just straight up quit. I'll just leave.
A what?
A pop-up book.
A popping book?
A pop-up book. You know, like you open it and it pops up and it has like an illustration. What? You've never had one?
No.
You're gonna have to watch the Babadook. You should go watch the Babadook.
Oh, okay.
It's
No,
the book that when
I've
you
not.
open it up, like all the cardboard inside unfolds into little like
Yes.
standing sets.
That's exactly it.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Sorry, I know what you mean.
Is it a pop-up book?
So anyway, yeah. Why
feel
isn't-
like whatever-
why isn't? Well, I don't know why it isn't. I don't know why it isn't working, showing you the image. So what I'll just do is, the viewers can all see it. So I'll just pop it in our Discord now.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think that's something to do with Monk's journal not playing properly. So yeah, that was obviously all a build-up. Sorry, Precious, to it 100% being a pop-up book. Sorry. That is what pops up. You see the scenes reflected in the book. You see a scene, and as you do open it, and you open this book, you hear
Hold on.
and you hear the words being filled in as the song progresses.
No.
And yeah, the words are forced in. As it completes the third stanza, and it's just about to start the next, where you can see there's a picture there. You can see there's a picture there that isn't part of the story you know. You've seen the woman who sipes off her husband's feet. You see the child, the woman whose hand's eaten by the dog. You see the child drowning in the river. As soon as the fourth stanza begins, it gets about half a second in, and there's a very mechanical and it stops. And it would seem that the damage to the book is preventing the fourth stanza from playing.
Do we need to make up the fourth stanza ourselves so it can complete?
And you see the damage. It looks like the compartment that houses some of like the screws and the gears has been twisted a little bit and is in need of repair.
And wouldn't that be worse? Completing the song?
Worse than dying from not singing, from singing?
I don't know, things always can
All
get worse.
of you make me an intelligence check, please.
Oh, finally something I'm good at.
Oh, why did you say that?
Did you say check or saving throw? I forgot.
Check.
Yeah!
That was such a that's such a flex to say. Yeah, I'm good at this. Here's a nat 20. As everyone's in a bit of a panic and is like arguing on what to do, Riley, you're looking at the pictures, and you notice that although yes, the black cloud is lurking over all these unfortunate scenes, the missing stanza shows the ghost in peril. The girl looks overjoyed, and it seems to be Shemshine who is being killed, destroyed, trapped, crushed in some way in the fourth stanza. The stanza that you are missing. What do we wish to do?
Nice. I was wrong. No, we need to complete it. See, the ghost is sad. It's bad for the ghost.
Precious is just looking at you like you said the weirdest thing ever. But, okay, how do we fix it? I don't know. I have no idea.
Girl, the moving stone, crush the fear between the rocks. Forgive her again,
Ali?
be alone, and always it shall be locked.
What are we doing? What are we doing, folks?
Valley's just kind of...
Repair the mechanism somehow. I will try to look at the mechanism then.
Yeah, complete it as Valley sort of hums that. Coming up with the stanza right on there.
Can we figure out what kind of damage the book took? Like, is it missing pieces?
It looks like it has taken a heavy blow at some point that has perhaps dislodged or warped a couple of pieces. It isn't water damage, it isn't fire, nothing's been torn or lost from it, just things have like obviously slipped out of their housing a little bit, and it prevents the clockwork from playing after a certain point. It's one of those ones that, as you know, gears obviously turn the metal roller with the little pins, and they're the ones that trigger the melody. But the ones before stanza, that isn't turning properly. The pillar, there's going to be a proper turn for it. The pin isn't rolling.
Do we have any like keys or like tools that we could maybe use to... Oh, there's that music box in the other room. Do you think...
Sorry, it is described. A brass cylinder dotted with tiny pegs. When the cylinder turns, narrow bits of metal pluck the pegs to produce the notes and the melody. The cylinder is clearly sitting askew, which prevents it from working properly.
Whoops.
Can we make it not askew? Can we?
You can certainly try to fix it.
I am trying.
Okay. Do you have any tools that will assist in this?
I could try with a small knife.
Okay, I imagine
It
that
might
would
be too big.
It's not
I don't know.
ideal for the job, so you wouldn't get proficiency with it. It would just still be dex for that. Does anybody else have anything they are? And are we still doing this in the alcove, or are we bringing this out to a bit more of a surface?
I think we might want. But what Val is going to suggest, and I'll actually go ahead.
Dexterity? Sorry, because I just wanted to follow up.
Yes, please. So yes, dexterity.
Okay, so I'm using my passive enhancing skill from the enhancement discipline to add 1d4 to the roll.
And before you roll, Precious looks into your eyes and says, "Some songs are bad, some songs are good. This is my song, and it's just for you." And gives you bardic inspiration.
Right. That's another d4? Or is that advantage?
D6. I think it's D6, yeah.
Hey.
Oh my god.
Oh. Hey!
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Oh.
You begin to see, as you're examining this, that that for it to work, there are pieces that have slipped and are blocking the brass cylinder from actually fitting back into its housing. So you can see that this is going to take 3 parts. You're going to need to move the pin out the way that prevents the cylinder from sitting in. You're going to have to move the cylinder back into place, and then you're going to have to get the pin to fit back into the end of the cylinder, which is tricky because you're having to fit it from the far end. It's difficult to get to. So it looks like it's going to take 3 stages of work in this. However, you just managed to fit it in such a way, and it just looks so effortless, like you've been fixing music boxes all your life, that you managed to move the pin and push the cylinder past it with one movement, and you've basically done 2 of the 3 successes with that roll. It just needs the pin pushing back into place now. That was a phenomenal roll for the level that you are. Level 4 is popping out 32s.
Also, just to go from a nat 1 to basically a nat 20. Oh!
Very impressive.
Yes, I really am lucky.
Hold on one second. Precious is going to distribute the potion. She's going to give both potions to Valley because she's got hands. And she's going to try to go back to the room, get the music box, see if there's like something there that might help, like a pin or something. Or
there
like
isn't much of a music box left. You have to make an investigation check to find the scattered fragments of it around the room. You rage monster.
Wait, is the step like? Do we need something for the step, or do I just have to?
You can just make another attempt. It needs some.
I'm trying to give you advantage to help. Basically.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Across the scattered parts of the floor, you can certainly find. You click it. You click it in. You just manage. Maybe it's by small halfling fingers, but you're able just to reach past the cylinder and just with your nail a couple of times. It misses the first 2 times. On the 3rd attempt, your nail just pulls that pin towards you slightly, and you feel it just snap back into the housing that's intended for it, and everything seems to be fitted in.
We need to find him. We need to find him.
Tim is. Oh, did you close the door? Yeah. Well, when Precious opened the door to go and look for parts of the oyster shell, you'd see him. Are you still with us? Oh, Tim's moving. He's with us.
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay.
Are you going to attempt to play it again? Fully repaired.
If the 4th thing is what kills the Shemshine, maybe we need to sing that.
So it plays, and this time it progresses to its 4th stage. And as it sings it, you all find that you hear the words in your head and you understand them.
See a daughter grinding grain. Wish the spirit's time was through. Trap set for the shadow bane, and her millstone killed it true.
And to repeat that, because there was obviously distortion on it, it read... Where are we?
She's a daughter.
Where did I have it? I've written it somewhere. See a daughter grinding grain. Where is it gone? Puppets. There. This book. Let me just Google the exact wording of it.
Guys, I want to go home.
We're gonna get home.
See your daughter grinding grain. Wish the spirit's time was through. Trap set for the shadow's bane, and her millstone killed it true. And you would see from the picture that the spirit is crushed beneath a large stone that's been dropped on it.
I don't like that.
Killing the spirit.
And shadows begin to coalesce around the book.
Oh, maybe that's not good.
Guys, I have an idea.
None of this is good. I don't like any
Guys,
of
I have an
this.
idea. There's a big book upstairs. Where are the chains?
What?
You want to crush the book?
No, the big statue that was hanging from the chains over the desk. That's the stone.
Holy
We've got
Everyone roll me initiative as the smoke comes out from the book and just forms into the figure you saw in your room, the figure of Shemshine. I want you all to roll initiative as the lights around you begin to blink out.
Oh, Harrison, why? Why?
Oh god.
Precious, you are up first.
So good.
Okay,
that I
give
have
me a second. This
points.
just happened. Give me a second. This just happened.
Everyone be thinking about what you're doing. Be thinking about what you're doing, everybody. Oh no, never mind. Shemshine's first.
Oh
Now that he's rolled.
Come on.
Who was holding the book? Was it still
I was
Riley
holding
after fixing it?
Yeah.
The figure
Riley.
looks at you.
Hi.
Reaches a hand out towards you. And it actually looks forward to both Riley and Precious. I need Riley and Precious with me a DC 13 Wisdom saving throw. Maddening whispers begin to fill your ears. But both of you are fine. You hear these horrible whispers pushing in at the edge of your consciousness. But yeah, that's all. Precious, what are you doing?
Precious sees this terrible thing and sees it sort of hunkering over, and she's been so scared. But now that she sees the darkness, she kind of takes a deep breath and she absorbs it, and she starts to sing the last stanza, which I unfortunately can't remember, but something like, "See a daughter grinding grain," and that is unsettling word speak. So I'm gonna roll a d6, and he's gonna make his next saving throw with the minus of whatever I roll now, just this. And now I need him to roll me a charisma saving throw as I cast Bane.
-14.
-2?
Yeah, 12.
What's my DC? My DC is 14? No! Never mind.
14 minus 2.
That's good, yeah, 12. 14 minus 2 is 12.
Oh, okay. So he is now baned,
Okay.
and I am now concentrating. And I am also gonna free action say, "Catch me if you can," and I'm going to run away, and probably he's gonna hit me, but I'm just gonna run.
Yes, he will hit you. Well, he will try to hit you. Just moving you to make sure I was on you and not Tim.
No maddening touch.
Misses.
Oh,
Okay, so yeah, where were you moving to?
just my movement upstairs.
Okay.
Also, before it applies later, maddening touch also. Sorry, Bane also goes and attacks too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good job. Okay, if that's Precious, she's... Go ahead, moving. Riley, you're up. What are you doing?
Okay. I am.
And Riley has a
attacking-
book, yeah?
Yes, I am. I do have the book.
Okay.
I am elementally blasting this thing.
Nice.
Right. Did you end up making it an attack, or did you not do it?
No, I did not. Sorry, we didn't.
Okay,
So yeah, just we'll do it manually.
So just need to figure out what's the bonus. It would be a spell attack, yeah. Okay, so shit, no. That needs a command. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that hit?
So have a look. A 22 hits.
Alright. So it will take 1d8 1d4, sorry. 1d4 fire damage. No! D8, I was right.
Be thinking about what you're doing next, Tim and Varley. So
Yep.
7 damage.
Oh, I know exactly.
Fire damage, and at the start of their next turn, they will take 1d4 fire
Okay,
damage.
nice. Anything else from Riley?
No. What is the
Okay.
eye?
The eye is that you have the book. It's a reminder for me.
Riley, run upstairs. I think I have an idea.
Okay. I will run.
Okay. Tim, it's you. What are you doing?
Where the fuck am I running to?
Tim is panting heavily,
Oh, that's weird.
sweat pouring down his face as he looks in the direction of the twisted, weaving shadows of Shemshine. His voice cracks slightly with a mixture of panic and anger as he says, I want you to leave us alone. And he is going to cast Suggestion. That is a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw.
You didn't target beforehand, so does it?
Minus a d4 for
Your
me.
spell completes, and I don't know if you know with suggestion if it's a bit. Oh, sorry, you did now targeting with it. Yeah, your spell. I'll go off my first 9. You feel the spell complete successfully and enter into the mind space of the target, but you can tell that it has had no effect on this entity whatsoever.
Fuck. Guys. I wanted to leave us alone.
Everyone make me a constitution
Tim.
saving throw, please.
Come on, Tim.
Tim is racked.
No!
Precious. You start humming and singing, and it breaks the spell you had been maintaining.
No!
Varley sings. Precious sings. Is that all from you, Tim? Or are you moving
Yes.
part of your turn?
Tim staggers a few steps down the hall, and that is the end of his turn.
Okay, Varley, it's you. What do?
Valley. Let's see. This looks like a shadow, insubstantial. Okay. They got the idea. There's a lot of people in the way. They're singing. I think Valley is going to go up. So, 1 minute they're going to do 1 unarmed strike. And wrong page on the character sheet. Where is it? Ah, it's under inventory expense. At 24, and let's say. Wait, what? It went from a reroll?
I think that might be a really weird... Because it did come up as an 18, didn't it? And then it appeared as a 1 to me on the dice roll.
Yeah, I saw it 24 too.
That's very weird. So we'll go off the original hit. So just press damage anyway, because I saw that end on an 18. And the UI actually, it wasn't that the dice showed a different number. It landed. The UI reflected like whatever it ended up being, like a 20-something, and then it changed to a 1, didn't it?
Yeah, clicked it twice. And that's
what type is your damage? Your unarmed damage?
Let's go cold.
Okay. The frost spreads out on the surface of the shadow for a moment and just seems to sink into it. The shadow appears unaffected by your blow. What next?
Ooh. Well, I can test this. They're going to follow up with a second unarmed strike. And let's go lightning damage. As they reach back their hand, they are going to give it a second punch, and instead of frost, small crackles of electricity will trace around their arm, and they're going to strike the shadow dead in the center.
Nice. So this is lightning damage, yeah?
Yep, lightning.
Oh, have you set types for every punch now?
I have not.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that seems to... The lightning jolts out from it. It seems to have had a bit more of an effect. And the eyes intensify for a moment and... What are you doing?
They seem a bit surprised by that, so that's 1, 2, and they're going to book it. Second move, 3, 6 to go past him, 7 to get here. They're going to close this door. They're going to close this door as they pass. And they're going to shut this door as well.
Okay. Anything else from you?
And that's their turn. Fire was not tried yet.
Fire damaged, yeah. Tim, you see Varley just overtake you and slam the door behind them, and then just through the wall itself comes Shemshine.
I'm just gonna quickly remind you about the 1d4 fire damage
fine.
from my attack.
Are you rolling it?
Oh, I can.
Yeah, just it would be in your damage if you want to.
Okay.
If the one who rolls it. 3. Okay, a further 3 damage. Shemshine sings once again, and this time it rises to a crescendo. I need all of you. In fact, let me see what it does it automatically. No, it's not going to place a target, that's a pain. Unleashes a howling babble. I would like each of you to please make me a DC 13 wisdom saving throw.
Come on, I should be good at these. These are good.
That was too close for comfort.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. I'm about to roll some damage.
That's great.
21. So, yeah, this is big.
21.
Precious and Riley take 21 damage, psychic damage. I don't know if that accounts for anyone's resistances.
It does not.
Okay, yeah, and they are stunned. Everybody else takes half of that. So please apply that damage.
I am down.
Oof. Riley drops to the floor. Yeah. The book spills forward out of her hands. I'm going to remove the focus and add in the... where is unconscious? Where is unconscious? It's on here somewhere. I'll go with incapacity. Oh, yeah, there you go. Unconscious. Precious. Did you apply the damage to you, Precious?
Oh, I'm on 11 HP. I did apply that damage, yes.
Okay, cool.
Am I still... I'm stunned and singing? Or can I take the singing
you are
away?
Stunned. You are not singing, but you are stunned. Varley and Tim, did you apply the damage?
Yep.
Okay. And then Shemshine drifts through the wall out of sight. Precious, you are stunned. Let me just see. I think it's till the end of the creature's next turn. Let me double check. No, you are stunned. And at the end of your turn, just remind us exactly what stunned. You're incapacitated, you can't move, you can speak only falteringly. You automatically fail strength and dex saving throws. Attacks against you have advantage. You stand there for a few seconds. Are you going to try and utter any words?
To Valley, I don't know if I managed to give her I think I said I gave her the potions when I went on the search.
You did give them the potions, yeah.
Okay, fine. No, there's nothing I can do. Can I cast Mage Hand as a bonus action?
Precious, grab
As I mentioned.
Ron.
Sorry?
Grab Riley and Ron.
You
You cannot take any actions. I believe that includes
Yeah.
bonus.
And or movement or anything, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no movement.
So no. Yeah, that's my turn then.
No.
Okay. Riley, as you feel the cold of the basement and just the presence of a shadow in your mind racked by just the maddening song, and the song will not fade from you, please make me the first death save of Candlekeep Mysteries.
Oh boy. Oh,
Great.
Okay. Oof. Okay, that's all from you. You feel the darkness close in and the song intensify. Tim, it's you. Varley, you're next.
That might have been the first death saving throw, but I'm going to make sure there won't be another. As Tim, trembling, his hands shivering both from the cold and from fear, as he begins to cast the incantation for Healing Word at 2nd level on Riley.
Oof, 11 HP. Your life energy floods back into Riley. The song it's really weird. The song is just wrenched away from you for a second as blackness turns back into the room and the faint glow of the fireflies. And then the song drifts back in, but it is in a different, more distant sense. It's no longer pressing in around you. It's a few feet away as it was before.
And then Tim is going to move as far as he can down the hall, staggering in bloody pain. And that's the end of my turn.
Okay, Riley, it's you.
Alright.
The book is on the floor in front of Riley.
I think that, based on what the book has said, you probably want to drop something big and heavy on our friend Shemshine, and you did call out very clearly that there is a nice book hanging from some chains in the center room there. And Shemshine did seem interested in Riley. So, I think first things first, Vali is going to do a new thing from Tasha's, which is, if I can find the feature, it is Quickened Healing. They're going to spend 2 key points, and they are going to regain...
They say conjure giant book statue. Thank you, Tasha's.
They are going to regain 5 hit points. And that's their action. They're going to pick up the book as their bonus action. Sorry, their object interaction.
Okay.
And they're going to say, I think I have an idea, follow me. And they are going to run, that is 10, 20, 30, 35, 40 feet here. And then they're going to spend a 2nd key point to dash as a bonus action.
Step of a wind.
Yep. Where is that here? And that will give them another 40 feet of movement. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 20, Another 20. And this may be a bad idea, but I think if it is after whoever's holding the book, then putting it in the hands of the person who can run very fast might be a good idea. So that's their turn.
Okay. You all just see the shadow rapidly passes through you all, enters the corridor, and it is closing in rapidly, flying towards you, Varley. That's the end of its turn. Precious, it's you.
I follow.
Okay.
I can't see any, so I'm gonna take my dash action. Take the dash action.
You're passing through it.
Can I pass through it? I don't know if I can pass through it.
I don't think it's an enemy, no. But you have. Can you not see it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't
cool.
realize that.
You'll be up against it.
Oh, yeah. That makes total sense. That's not how Chase was. So I'm here. Can I see it from here?
Yeah. Also, Riley, Tim, and Varley, be thinking about what you're going to be doing. Well, I'm sure Varley's is quite simple.
Crikey. I'm just gonna hex it. I think is what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna place a curse on it, and I'm gonna hex it.
What stat are you hexing? Precious?
Oh, strength. Sorry.
Strength, okay. It is. So that's 1d. That's an extra 1d6 on damage you do to it, and it has disadvantage on anything related to strength, isn't it?
Just checks.
Just checks. Okay. Anything else on Precious?
No, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Riley. First of all, for Riley's turn, everyone make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Give me the goods here. Give me the goods.
Great.
Uh-oh.
Great.
Oh no.
So Riley is picking herself up from the floor, just kind of very panicky, muttering to herself, I can't see this. Varley, the book. And she runs after the thing.
Okay. Tim. You sing. Precious. The very end of casting your hex, you just, the last consonant, you just see up and just lurch involuntarily into the song, and your concentration is immediately lost on your spell. Hex is concentration, isn't it? I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Your hex sputters out, I'm afraid.
Oh dear.
As Riley runs, she turns the corner and immediately stops after seeing the... and just kind of backs away up to the wall.
Okay.
Behind her.
Did you dash yet, or was it just your movement?
Yeah, I dashed it.
Okay.
So that would be it.
Okay. Tim, it's you. Varley, you're next.
Tim feebly clutches the side of his hands. The words of the song pour forth from his lips. He very feebly stutters. As he stumbles down the corridor. Everyone, please don't leave me alone. And he is going to cast Healing Word on himself and take the dodge action.
Okay.
That'll be the end of his turn.
Good stuff. Yeah, pop that healing on. Varley, it's you.
Alright. Valley's going to go 1, 2. That is 10 feet of movement. This is another 10. Then it's going to be 30 to get over here. 40. Let's see. I'm just running. Can I see the chains holding up the
Not
big book
from
statue?
not in the dark from this far down. It's a floor above you. Remember that?
Gotcha. Right. 60 feet of dark vision, 50 foot drop. All right. Here's an idea. They're going to spend their last key point.
Bear in mind as well. Sorry. Yes, it's 50 foot to the next level, which then has like another 50 foot up to the ceiling. And yes, you can hear all the whispers up here.
All right. I hope I'm doing the right thing here, y'all. So, they're going to spend their last key point to dash again as a bonus action. They're going to get right up here, running onto the desk.
Yeah.
Can they jump over the dividers here?
Yes.
Okay. They're just going to drop the jump over here, and I can't move through there because of the walls, but that's another 10 feet. They are going to drop the book right where Abdar was studying here.
Okay.
And then they are going to continue running upstairs the remaining 20 feet. That was their bonus action. And now is their full action. They're going to run another 15 feet to the spiral staircase and run as far up as they can there.
We could say they were just getting there at the end of their turn.
That's right.
So,
And
next up.
that is their turn.
Okay.
As they're trying to find a place to drop the stone. The millstone.
Precious. Varley. You saw them run down the corridor, disappear out of sight. The shadow followed. What are you doing? We're still in initiative order, so be counting your movement.
So I think that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess dash action
Okay.
to just where'd it go?
You can't see either of them.
Can't see either of them. But they did say what they're doing, so I'm just gonna go here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hello. 4, 5. Let's say.
Okay. Riley, it's you.
Well, I am following. I'm dashing, I guess.
Yeah.
What is this? Oh, that's crinkles, okay. God, I can't see.
Yeah, the slump form of crinkles on the floor.
You should be just we can move one behind me, I think.
3, 4. No. It's on 4, so I can go here.
Not on the bookshelf, but I imagine next to it.
Oh, that's the bookshelf.
Yeah! Just climbs
Yeah.
back up.
Yeah.
Okay, is that you?
Yeah, that's it.
Tim, you are alone in the dark basement. Your companions have ran off ahead. What do you do?
No, I'm sorry, Tim.
Wait, where did everyone go? Oh, guys. Guys. As Tim continues to stumble, patching himself on the edges of the stone walls.
The light sputters out as well.
Oh, I don't want to be alone, please. Help. As Tim, at this point, is almost crawling as he reaches the top of the stone staircase. And as he gets to its edge, he teeters, almost falling over before barely catching himself by gripping the edge of the stone wall as he begins to haggardly walk down alone in the darkness. And moving to, I believe there's 20 feet left with dashing. That'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. Now, you said that the chains were at noon, 4, and 8, roughly?
Yes.
Gotcha. Now, on the map, there is a little light still here in the middle table. Is that light still on?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering if Valley could perhaps, if they were to stand on the railing, see down there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. That is 20... 25... Another 10, and they're going to climb up this ladder. And I suppose that's the remaining 10 feet going up the ladder. How high is the chain there?
You could reach this chain.
Okay. And Valley can roughly see down there.
Yeah.
I think what they might do is they're going to grab the chain, start pulling themselves onto the top of the bookcase or standing at the top of the ladder there. I'll just move myself to represent that.
So you're trying to climb up to get onto it?
Not quite, but I'm going to try and break the chain and drop this book right on top, the big stone book statue right on top of Shemshine the moment they see it.
Okay. Make me a... Make an attack for me.
Gotcha. They're probably going to try their short sword here.
Yeah. Strikes
And
true. You feel
They
it.
slam... Oh, go ahead.
You feel it sort of work in between the links of the chain, and you feel like with a bit of a twist and a thrust, you manage to do some serious damage to it. Roll damage for me.
Alright.
Okay. That is sufficient damage to break the chain. Are you wanting to break it straight away, or are you wanting to get into a position where, when you have the trigger you want, you will go, and I've finished it?
Yep, that's kind of what I'm hoping to do.
Yeah.
Just sort of like twist it 90% of the way and then just hold it.
Yeah, you see.
There's two other chains as
You
well,
see
so-
a slight sagging on the statue as enough damage is done to the chain that with just the right amount of force that you could do easily, you can finish the job on that chain.
And they're going to balance themselves, leaning off the ladder while the sword's still stuck in the chain, so that if they were to let go of the sword, they'd probably just face plant onto the ground, and they're going to look into the open area here to see if Shemshine goes for the book. They dropped right on Ebidar's workstation.
It did.
And that'll be the trigger to break the chain.
Okay. Shemshine drifts out through the bookshelf and strikes out at Precious.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Hits.
Oh no. Precious is unconscious.
Precious drops once again. Precious drops to the floor. Riley, you just get up there to see over the prone form of Crinkles. You see Precious heading out, towards the central island, and from the bookshelf, just this shadowy hand reaches out, and it just places a hand on her shoulder, and she immediately crumples to the floor. The shadow steps out over her, looks to you, Riley. Drifts over to the book, but Valley, I believe you've done everything you can do with your turn currently.
Yep.
Okay, Precious, it's you. Please
Can I say?
no, death saving throw. Well, before you make your save, what do you think your aunties would think of this?
I think her aunties would potentially wreak havoc on Candlekeep. But they would also be very disappointed on her if she feels it as just as before she drifts. She understands she had a responsibility. She came here to learn and be strong, and she's not learned and she's not strong. She's failed.
Make that save. Maybe hasn't failed yet. You feel a bit resolute. You feel that slight bit of determination again that, you will not be proven to have failed. You will show everybody, maybe. Prove yourself worthy to your aunties. That whatever it is they want from you as you grow as a woman, maybe you will be able to prove that you're capable. And you cling on for now.
She feels the warmth of their love and the love they have showed her all her life.
Excellent. Riley, it's you. Crinkles is crumpled in front of you. Precious, a few feet beyond her. The shadow has disappeared out of your sight into the dark. Tim is still in the basement behind you. Varley, nowhere to be seen. What are you doing? Tim, you're next.
I'm running up to Precious. Just like, no. Dropping to the floor, and I'm trying to stabilize her.
Okay. Do you have a medicine kit?
I have a herbalism kit.
Just double check. I think you need a medicine kit. No, you don't. Okay, cool. So you made me a medicine. Oh yeah. You see that she's. It's difficult because it's not really a wound, is there? It's madness, but she seems to be tremoring slightly, and you can just see, even though there's no noise from her, you can see her throat sort of contracting, and you can just tell that even though she can't make noise, she is trying to sing and hum the song. But you manage to just get her into near enough of a recovery position, and she is stable. So still at 0 hit points, but she no longer makes any death saving throws unless she takes any further damage. Anything else from Riley?
Kind of picturing it like if Precious would be okay and Gija would be okay with that. That Riley is kind of like playing with Precious's hair, so it's comforting in a way.
Say again?
That Riley is playing with Precious's hair in a way that's comforting.
You see like a strand of her hair just kind of like wrap around your finger, sort of like in a hair hug.
Very cool. Very cool.
That would be it for me.
Okay, Tim, alone in the dark. It's you.
Tim is asphyxiating, his breath coming out in short, pitched, deep wells of panic as he staggers the rest of his full movement down the stairs and rather up the stairs and towards where he believes his friends must be. He looks around and sees Riley and Precious, and he says, "Well, where's Volley?" Guys? Where's Volley?
I don't know. I don't know.
Are you dashing then? I take it, Tim, to you that much movement?
Yep, as
cool.
Tim is dashing 15, 10, 5, looking around frantically as he shouts, "Volley, where are you? Where is it? Where are you?"
How loud are you calling, miss?
As loud as I can.
Okay.
As loud as Tim is physically capable of being.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's not giving much.
It's not that much, but it's the best he can do.
Could you be the most meekest boy in the world? Yeah, Varley, you hear that this tremulous cry from far below.
Valley's gonna call back. I'm okay. It wants a book. I left the book in the center, so I can just take the book and leave us alone.
Anything else from Tim?
Nope, Tim is gone.
Varley.
Valley has a healing potion in their inventory from some other time. They're gonna pop that as a bonus action. Could be better, could be worse. Alright. They still do not see Shemshine down there.
Yes, they do. Shemshine is stood above the book, looking down at it.
Oh, okay, so no multi-level tokens then. Alright. Valley
Don't
is going
judge
to...
me. I did all of this morning.
No worries. You just didn't call it out, so I was unsure if they were there.
Yeah.
Alright, they are going to try and break the chain and hope that is enough to drop the massive stone book, right on top of Shemshine. Will that be an action or part of their...
It will be an action to break the chain.
Alright.
I wish I'd had Fleetwood Mac the chain ready to play in here.
Well, something's going to come in like a wrecking ball.
So,
God.
Oh shit.
So, Tim will get an absolute shock. You see above and around the divider just the wisps of smoke that indicate Shemshine is just beyond that partition, mere feet away from you, Tim. Suddenly, just at the edge of your vision, the entire... Well, first of all, Varley, bet me a dex. Were you on the statue or were you just next to it?
How big's the statue? Because I was picturing them like...
I mean, we're
standing
talking like the suspended T-Rex skeleton people are walking around and climbing on at the end of Jurassic Park. The whole party could have been stood on this statue.
Okay, I don't think that it stood underneath the statue. I was picturing them sort of...
Oh, yeah, I didn't think you were underneath it. I wasn't sure if you were, like, from the side or if you were getting on it to do it.
You know, I was picturing them from the side, but maybe it would be more cool to stand on it because Slowfall's a monk feature. Might as well use Slowfall once.
What, maybe a dex saving throw?
You got it. Unfortunate.
As the statue, you manage to loosen it to the point that the first chain gives, and immediately, the weight being distributed across two chains, you just hear the pop and crack up in the distant dark of the ceiling, where you can just tell that the anchorings have been wrenched out of the wall. It is not swinging down, it is managing just to fall. You can tell with your nimble feet and your senses that this is not going to be a fall that you can ride out as gracefully as you first hoped, and maybe it would be prudent for you to take measures to make sure you do land gracefully. Meanwhile, Tim, you have a brief sense of movement for half a second before there is the most enormous crash, and the entire center table these are some pathetic noises I have. The entire central table just disappears as an enormous stone statue falls down and just engulfs it and crashes onto it. Dust is just thrown up. I want Tim to make me a dex saving throw, please. You are flung prone. Bookshelves very, very visibly nearly topple backwards from the force. There are large cracks in the wooden panelling, and Shemshine and the book disappear under the statue.
And Valley, as it's
And
falling, they're
yeah.
gonna try and jump off, whether it's onto this landing or if they're gonna take a tumble and land on the second floor. Whichever it is.
You could, it's up to you whether you want to land gracefully down here or manage to land up there.
I think they might ride
decide.
it down a bit. I
Okay.
think they might ride it down a bit and land on the second floor.
Okay. Riley, who is conscious, and Tim, who is conscious, you see, just as the lights are beginning to come back up, an unusual sight. The horrible dissonant whispering ceases. And you witness from the cloud of dust where the collision happened, a torrent of black smoke erupting from where Shemshine was, and it streams out to the closest intact, because this central island's been destroyed, the closest book on the shelf that is still in reach. And you just see that pouring of shadow towards that one tome for a moment before it stops. And you all who are conscious become acutely aware that you no longer feel that compulsion to sing the song. What are we all doing?
Riley
Val-
starts crying.
Bali is probably sprawled out on the floor on the lower level. You can just move me to wherever you think they probably have
Yeah, good
tumbled.
shout. Good shout.
Precious, precious. As Tim crawls towards her and casts Cure Wounds. with
We're
his
okay.
knuck-
We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay.
Like a knuckle spot.
DM was
Ali, are you okay?
Perfectly fine. Ooh, I think that worked.
Tim?
Oh no, precious.
Wow, Precious gets some serious HP back there.
Okay.
So, what's the 17, Tim? That was on Precious, yeah?
Yep.
She is absolutely defibbed.
DM, was there anything Precious saw whilst unconscious?
Do you mean, did she witness any of this, or did she see anything else?
Anything else? Or if not, I'll just bring mine.
She did not bring anything else. So if you have anything you want to say, absolutely.
As she kind of like, before she went unconscious, there was all sorts of psychic dissonant whispers, and then the stabilizing just brought her to peace and her hut and her aunties. And she wakes up with bright eyes and a glow in her cheeks from Tim's fantastic cure wounds. She goes like, "Where is he? Is he okay? What happened?
Is who okay?
Are we okay? Are you okay?"
Oh, I'm great. I just saved the day, and Valley's eyes are going to drift back to the central podium where a lot of books were crushed. I caused a lot of damage. That's a lot of knowledge lost. Oh, geez. Oh,
Polly, please, can we just... Everyone, can we go? Can we leave now? Now?
Riley is still shaking and she's still holding on to Precious.
Tim tries to move to comfort Riley, but just before his hand reaches her shoulder, he notices that he can't stop it from quivering and slowly withdraws it.
Precious's hair moves by itself, and it's going to envelop Riley and Tim and Valley in a hug. And she very genuinely says, "Heroes. You're all heroes."
not even close. Everything's fine. Whew.
No, we're
Valley
just
laughs
alive.
nervously.
If this is what being a hero means, then I don't want it.
That'd be good for a few more times, I think.
Scribe Vanir appears, looking very, very troubled. Like, I was trancing and trying to commune on something we could do, and I had the most terrible crash. What? Goodness me! Ogma be damned! Just sees this enormous pile of destruction in the middle of the room.
It was like that when I found it.
And Crinkles!
Looking.
Asleep, I see. Asleep, I presume by your doing? An attempt to quell the enchantment? What is...
Yes.
What is... Explain to me what has occurred here. The book,
Well,
the statue.
Did you hear the song at all?
I did. I was trying to quell it in my mind.
Well, Shemshine came out and started attacking us, and it almost killed Riley. So I took the book that it was chasing, and then I threw it there to lure it away, and then I decided to trap it, and I've got a bit overzealous, but I think it's gone. I don't hear the song anymore.
That is quite an overreaction. I don't know how you... I also... Now, yes. I also am not compelled to sing. Why did you do something so dramatic?
Well, the book, it went that Shemshine made someone cut off their husband's feet, and then it made a dog bite off their master's hand, and then it made a son fall in the water and drown, and then the last verse of the book, it was about a daughter trapping Shemshine by dropping a big stone on it, so I thought that the stone would be the only way to do it.
Yes. Yes, I see. An intelligent idea, and one that clearly bore merit. Good. This can be repaired. And has the creature been banished then and destroyed?
I don't see it anymore. Did anyone else see it?
Did it actually go into the book, or?
You saw, well, the book was in the destroyed under the statue. You saw a shadow pour up. Yeah, you saw a shadow pour into one of the books on this shelf.
It went into another book.
Show me.
Did I see which book?
One of the, you just saw it head to a portion of this shelf over here. If you were to go over, you would immediately recognise the spine of Shemshine's Bedtime Rhyme, and it would seem there is now another copy of it on that shelf.
Oh no.
Apologies to interrupt, but I do have to head out.
Okay, thank you very much. We're very close to wrapping up anyway.
Oh yes, good. Thank you. Tim, for the remainder of the session, is going to be very quiet and follow the group wherever they might go and whatever they might do. Thank you all for the wonderful session. Harrison, thank you all for running, and I will see you next time.
You will. Thanks, mate. Take care.
Very good.
So we heading over to the bookshelf?
Yep.
Yeah, there is another copy of Shemshine's there. This one, clearly undamaged.
Oh no.
What will you do? Will you open the book and play the song?
Let's do the session.
Or will
Once
you keep
more.
It,
Once again.
Or will you keep
Once
it closed?
more with feeling. Scribe Vanir?
Yes?
Should we maybe put this book in a locked box somewhere where it can't be used to hurt anyone?
I think it should be sealed, bound, and locked away in the Ars Arcanum.
Or maybe in a little lead box, and we could maybe toss it into the ocean or something. I mean, it doesn't even have any writing. It's just a pop-up book, so it's barely even a real book.
She takes it gingerly and nods. I will see that it is done. This is horrendously dangerous. You've acquitted yourselves well. This damage here can be tidied. My restoration has taken a few weeks setback, however, far worth it for what the consequences could have been. I will ensure that your tutors hear of your excellent conduct here today.
But
And I will, of course, now that there is no compulsion felt, I shall go and unlock the hatch, and you can return to your business.
thank you. I'm very glad that we're not going to be dying of singing down here.
Or worse, expelled.
That would also be very bad.
And yeah, as you return to your business, that is
No,
where
wait,
we will...
wait.
Oh, please.
Sorry.
Please.
sorry.
No. I encourage it.
Precious would like to find Cthulhu.
Okay. After looking around, you would have found Cthulhu basically huddled in the fetal position at the base of the ladder up to the locked hatch. Just hands wrenched over her ears.
She's going to gingerly take her hands, very, very calmly, and look into her eyes and say, "It's okay. It's all over. It's over now."
I wanted the music to stop. I could not get the music to stop, and then I heard it went from being a song to a voice, and I just wanted it to end, but it would not end.
I know. It took control over all of us. But my friend Valley, they managed to crush it to death, and it's all at hand. And she, her eyes well up a bit. I'm very sorry. I found your music box, and I thought I wasn't thinking right. The music was in my head, the song was in my head. I was frustrated, and I broke it. And there's nothing for me to do other than to apologize.
Her face
and to offer to pay
falls.
back.
There is nothing to pay for it. It was not expensive or particularly ornate. Its value was that it was from my late husband. Just her voice sort of trails off a bit, and she gives you a bit of a meek shrug.
I mean, Precious's face is just like, okay, this is the worst thing I've ever done in my life. I wish there was anything I could do. I hate that you had to live through this, and I hate that the memory of it will be the breaking of something precious. She's going to, I don't expect you to accept this, but if you would, she's gonna give her the signet ring. I know it's not the same, but maybe it reminds you that.
Remind me of the signet
times,
ring?
It's just a signet ring that she had as
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah.
To be honest, I know what it is. I can tell you later.
Yeah, sure.
I'll tell you later.
Yeah, that's fine.
But it has a crest of nobility.
Okay.
Not that Precious would know.
Okay, yeah.
And if anything, this might signify that even when we've lost all hope, maybe sometimes light wins again, even in the darkest of times. I'm so sorry, Cthulhu.
She does not look entirely convinced. She looks like she is trying to keep a polite face and perhaps not cry, but she gingerly takes it from you and gives you a bit of a mute nod.
Precious is incredibly embarrassed and wants to die.
Anything else from Precious?
No.
Anything else from anyone?
Yeah. As Vali is heading back to their room, they're just humming to themselves, not out of compulsion, but they're just mumbling, if the dark is what you fear. Bring a light into the shade. Only then will you escape from here, and never will you be afraid. Does the song have a name? No, it doesn't. And they just break the tune at the last line and chuckle to himself as they lead the others back upstairs to the dorms.
Excellent.
Trying to keep their mind off the fact that they destroyed a lot of valuable books.
And anything but Riley would like to do as we wrap up. And remember, we'll have Discord to talk about what you want to do between this session and the next. But if there's anything that she wants to do in the closing moments of this session.
She would just probably make sure that we're all together and would probably be holding someone's hand.
Okay. Well, that is the end of this session. I thoroughly enjoyed this. Thank you very much, everybody.
This was amazing.
I think I know what stat block Shemshine is, and that's one of my favorite monsters.
Shemshine is a unique stat block, unless it's something that I don't know, and it's just a named version of it. What did you think it was?
The Alep.
No, it's not an Alep. I already know that one. Yeah.
That's surprising because it had a lot of similar things, like the maddening touch, the stun babble.
Well, let me just check, because I've used an Alep, because it's an Alep in the Lake Temple, isn't it? Let's have a look. 5e.
That's a spoiler for anyone.
The Lake Temple from, Tiamat. Let's have a look. Traits. Okay, it is a slight. It's modified from that. Yeah, it is. I didn't realize that. Yeah, it's modified in quite a terrifying way. You could not have killed it without you. You had to be killed in the fairy tale way. So even if you took it, you couldn't take it below 1 HP.
Ooh, nifty.
Yeah. I really enjoyed just the audio elements of this. I felt so stupid recording them, but then seeing them actually play out with like the lights going down. I really enjoyed that. So yeah, thank you.
Incredibly creepy.
Thank you very much, everybody. For the creepiest one for me was me trying to do. I used voice mod to increase the pitch, but me trying to do the humming of an 8-year-old girl.
With all the other ones, it honestly just felt correct. Like you had the really deep hums, and I thought you had just managed to find like a lot of hums to the same tune.
Yeah, no, I had one for Ebdo, one for Galeby, one for. So, some things do you want to know the things that you didn't find, or do you think you're ever likely to run this again? Yeah. So, do you know when you started hearing the actual lyrics everywhere, and I said to Precious that she could actually hear it up here? There was. So, Varnum told you that the sickness first happened about 600 years ago. Mm-hmm. The scholar who brought it here and a Candlekeep member of staff who first got it, they basically killed each other to keep it hidden, and they and the book were buried. So they were buried in a compartment in one of the rooms. The book first came here in a shipwreck. And the book just got lost in just like the processing. So Crinkles found it by accident, started obsessing over it, as the book makes them do. The girl heard the song and started drawing the pictures from it, because the girl wasn't here. So how it got passed around the room today, it's not clear if it was from Galeby sending it up or if it was from Crinkles. But the singing was from the skull of the person who originally brought it. If Precious had followed that sound, she'd have found like an alcove in the floor, like this with the skeleton just full on singing it.
Ooh, that'd be hella
yeah.
Stuff.
There was a few little things that kind of like ties the story together in a larger way. But honestly, this normally plays out over a couple of days. But it has it has in the notes that like most people either have it draw out with some rest, and that's why there's like You didn't even explore all the rooms. There was a kitchen downstairs that had like a magically replenishing kitchen, and a hob that doesn't have flames but has like a heat metal spell enchanted with a little flick switch. And there were bedrooms for you, so it could play out over a few days, or it said it can just happen back to back, and you were just meeting the criteria. A lot of the triggers were from more than half of the people there singing at once, because it was the song that manifested, the power of Shemshine. So yeah, you really did that at breakneck speed, but it felt like it went really well. It just felt like things kept escalating like rapidly, quicker than you could handle, and that was really, really fun for me.
It sounded like it was going at about the right pace, just as we were starting to get some ideas, and it just ticked up.
Yeah.
Right then.
I really enjoyed the atmosphere. Like it does feel like we really were doing that. Like things were escalating really fast, but also it really felt like we were just waiting for something inevitable.
Yeah. Good. I'm really glad. It was very different to run, because obviously a lot of things you run as you go through the rooms, things happen and you progress. In here, it was like a static space, and the notes are all set into like events that happen. There were like 6 stages of the event that have certain triggers, and they affect the same people, and they affect things happen in similar places. And then there's obviously the frequent singing from you all, and then there was a table I was rolling on. One of the table events was to spawn 3 shadows, and you're lucky that didn't happen at any point because you were so low. And then there's obviously the conversations you might have and you exploring, and the situations you might make investigating it and interacting with those NPCs. And it was just really interesting for me as a DM to have like just a whole new element to like the storytelling, and that just like shit happens at these points on top of everything else. So yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Like less of a physical dungeon and more of like a story dungeon.
Yeah, totally. But yeah,
that's a really cool element.
I really loved that. I really loved this session.
Well, nice. We're still on stream, so we will all say goodbye. I will end the stream, and we will see you next time. We'll try to make the next session this year, but it sounded like from what people were saying before, there is a chance we might have availability issues for the rest of the year, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for sticking around and watching this. What are we on? This 4.5 hour session, and we will see you next time.
Goodbye. Don't sing today.
No, it is genuinely catchy.